Chapter 1. Miss Polly Harrington entered her kitchen a little hurriedly this June morning. Nancy, washing dishes at the sink, looked up in surprise. Nancy had been working in Miss Polly's kitchen for 2 months only, but she knew already that her mistress did not usually hurry. Nancy. "Yes, madam," Nancy answered cheerfully, wiping the pitcher in her hand. "Nancy," Miss Polly's voice was very stern now, "when I'm talking to you, I want you to stop your work and listen to what I have to say." Nancy flushed and set the pitcher down at once, with the cloth still about it, thereby nearly tipping it over. "Yes, madam, I will, madam," she stammered, turning hastily. "I was only keeping on with my work because you told me this morning to hurry with my dishes." Her mistress frowned. "That will do, Nancy. I do not ask for explanations. I asked for your attention." "Yes, madam." Nancy stifled the sigh. She was wondering if ever in any way she could please this woman. Nancy had never worked out before, but her sick mother, suddenly widowed and left with 3 younger children besides Nancy herself, had forced the girl into doing something to support them. Nancy had been so pleased when she found a place in the kitchen of the great house on the hill. She knew Miss Polly Harrington only as the mistress of the old Harrington homestead, and one of the wealthiest residents of the town. That was 2 months before. Now she knew Miss Polly as a stern, severe-faced woman who frowned if a knife clattered to the floor, or if a door banged, but who never thought to smile even when knives and doors were still. "When you finished your morning work, Nancy," Miss Polly was saying now, "you may clear the little room in the attic, and make up the bed. Sweep the room and clean it, of course, after you clear out the trunks and boxes. My niece, Miss Pollyanna Whittier, is coming to live with me. She is 11 years old, and will sleep in that room. A little girl is coming here, Miss Harrington?" "Oh, won't that be nice?" cried Nancy, thinking of the sunshine her own little sisters made in their home. "Nice? Well, that isn't exactly the word I would use," rejoined Miss Polly, stiffly. "However, I intend to make the best of it, of course. I am a good woman, I hope, and I know my duty." Nancy colored hotly. "Of course, madam, it was only that I thought a little girl here might brighten things up for you," she faltered. "Thank you," rejoined the lady, dryly. "I can't say, however, that I see any need for that." "But, of course, you'd want her, your sister's child," ventured Nancy, vaguely feeling that somehow she must prepare a welcome for this lonely little stranger. Miss Polly lifted her chin haughtily. "Well, really, Nancy, just because I happen to have a sister who is silly enough to marry and bring unnecessary children into a world that was already full enough, I don't think I should want to take the care of them myself. However, as I said before, I hope I know my duty. See that you clean the corners, Nancy, she finished sharply, as she left the room. Yes, madam, sighed Nancy. In her own room, Miss Polly took out once more the letter which she had received 2 days before from the faraway western town, and which had been an unpleasant surprise to her. The letter was addressed to Miss Polly Harrington, Beldingsville, Vermont, and it read as follows: Dear Madam, I regret to inform you that the Reverend John Whittier died 2 weeks ago, leaving one child, a girl 11 years old. He left practically nothing else but a few books, for, as you know, he was the pastor of this small mission church, and had a very meager salary. I believe he was your deceased sister's husband, but he gave me to understand the families were not on the best of terms. He thought, however, that for your sister's sake you might wish to take the child and bring her up among her own people in the East. Hence, I am writing to you. The little girl will be ready to start by the time you get this letter, and if you can't take her, we would appreciate it very much if you would write that she might come at once. There is a man and his wife here who are going east very soon, and they would take her with them to Boston, and put her on the Beldingsville train. Of course you would be notified what day and train to expect Pollyanna on. Hoping to hear favorably from you soon, I remain, respectfully yours, Jeremiah O. White. With a frown Miss Polly folded the letter and tucked it into its envelope. She had answered it the day before, and she had said she would take the child, of course. She hoped she knew her duty well enough, no matter how disagreeable the task was. Her thoughts went back to her sister, Jenny, who had been this child's mother, and to the time when Jenny, as a girl of 20, had insisted upon marrying the young minister, in spite of her family's remonstrance. There had been a man of wealth who had wanted her, and the family had much preferred him to the minister, but Jenny had not. The man of wealth had more years, as well as more money, to his credit, while the minister had only a young head full of ideals and enthusiasm, and a heart full of love. Jenny had preferred him, quite naturally, perhaps, so she had married the minister, and had gone south with him. The break had come then. Miss Polly remembered it well, though she had been a girl of 15 at the time. The family had learned that Jenny had named her last baby Pollyanna for her 2 sisters, Polly and Anna. The other babies had all died. This had been the last time that Jenny had written, and a few years later there had come the news of her death, told in a short, but heart-broken little note from the minister himself. Miss Polly was 40 now, and quite alone in the world. father, mother, sisters, all were dead. For years, now, she had been the sole mistress of the house and of the thousands left her by her father. There were people who had openly pitied her lonely life, and who had urged her to have some friend or companion to live with her, but she had not welcomed either their sympathy or their advice. She was not lonely, she said. She liked being by herself. She preferred quiet. But now Miss Polly was glad, of course, that she was a good woman, and that she not only knew her duty, but had sufficient strength of character to perform it. But, Pollyanna, what a ridiculous name! In the little attic room Nancy swept and scrubbed vigorously, paying particular attention to the corners. The vigor she put into her work was a relief to her feelings. Nancy, in spite of her frightened submission to her mistress, was no saint. "I just wish I could dig out the corners of her soul," she muttered jerkily, punctuating her words with murderous jabs of her pointed cleaning stick. When her task was finished, she looked about the bare little room in plain disgust. "Well, it's done, my part, anyhow," she sighed. "There is no dirt here. Poor little soul, a pretty place this is to put a homesick, lonesome child into," she finished, going out and closing the door with a bang. In the garden that afternoon, Nancy found a few minutes to talk to old Tom, who had pulled the weeds and shoveled the paths about the place for uncounted years. "Mr. Tom," began Nancy, throwing a quick glance over her shoulder to make sure she was unobserved, "did you know a little girl was coming here to live with Miss Polly?" The man's jaw fell, and then a tender light came into his faded eyes. "Why, Nancy, it must be Miss Jenny's little girl," he muttered. "Who was Miss Jenny?" "She was an angel straight out of heaven," breathed the man. "She was 20 when she married and went away from here many years ago. Her babies all died, I heard, except the last one, and that must be the one who is coming. She's 11 years old and she's going to sleep in the attic," scolded Nancy, with another glance over her shoulder toward the house behind her. Old Tom frowned. The next moment a curious smile curved his lips. "I'm wondering what Miss Polly will do with a child in the house," he said. "Humphrey." "Well, I'm wondering what a child will do with Miss Polly in the house," snapped Nancy. The old man laughed. "I'm afraid you aren't fond of Miss Polly," he grinned. "I guess maybe you didn't know about Miss Polly's love affair. The fellow is living today right in this town." "Who is he?" "I can't tell you that." In Tom's dim blue eyes there was the loyal servant's honest pride in the family he has served and loved for long years. "But it doesn't seem possible, her and a lover," still maintained Nancy. You didn't know Miss Polly as I did, Tom argued. She used to be handsome, and she would be now, if she'd let herself be. And she isn't old, Nancy. Nancy, called a sharp voice. Why yes, madam, stammered Nancy and hurried toward the house. Chapter 2. In due time the telegram announced that Pollyanna would arrive in Beldingsville the next day at 4 o'clock. Miss Polly read the telegram, frowned, and then climbed the stairs to the attic room. She still frowned as she looked about her. The room contained a small bed, neatly made, 2 straight-backed chairs, a washstand, a bureau, without any mirror, and a small table. There were no curtains at the windows, no pictures on the wall. All day the sun had been pouring down upon the roof, and the little room was like an oven for heat. As there were no screens, the windows had not been raised. Nancy, Miss Polly said a few minutes later, at the kitchen door, I have ordered screens, but until they come I expect you to see that the windows remain closed. My niece will arrive tomorrow at 4 o'clock. I want you to meet her at the station. Timothy will take the open buggy and drive you over. The telegram says light hair, red checked gingham dress, and straw hat. That is all I know, but I think it is sufficient. The next afternoon Timothy and Nancy drove off in the open buggy to meet the expected guest. Timothy was old Tom's son. He was a good-natured youth, and a good-looking one, as well. Nancy's stay at the house had been short, but the two were already good friends. It was not long before Nancy saw Pollyanna at the station, the slender little girl in the red checked gingham with 2 fat braids of flaxen hair hanging down her back. Beneath the straw hat, an eager, freckled little face turned to the right and to the left, plainly searching for someone. Nancy knew the child at once, but for some time she couldn't control her shaking knees sufficiently to go to her. The little girl was standing quite by herself when Nancy finally approached her. Are you Miss Pollyanna? She faltered. The next moment she found herself half smothered in the clasp of 2 little arms. Oh, I'm so glad to see you, cried an eager voice in her ear. Of course, I'm Pollyanna, and I'm so glad you came to meet me. I hoped you would. You did? Stammered Nancy, vaguely wondering how Pollyanna could possibly have known her. Oh, yes. And I've been wondering all the way here what you looked like, cried the little girl, dancing on her toes. Nancy was relieved to see Timothy coming up. This is Timothy. Maybe you have a trunk, she stammered. Yes, I have, nodded Pollyanna, importantly. I've got a brand new one. The ladies' aid bought it for me, and wasn't it lovely of them, when they wanted the carpet? I've got a little thing here in my bag that they said was a check, and that I must give it to you before I could get my trunk," she finished, producing the check after much fumbling in the bag she carried. The three were off at last, with Pollyanna's trunk in behind, and Pollyanna herself snugly seated between Nancy and Timothy. "Is it far?" "I hope it is, I love to ride," sighed Pollyanna, as the wheels began to turn. "Of course, if it isn't far, I wouldn't mind, though, because I'll be glad to get there all the sooner, you know." "What a pretty street." "I knew it was going to be pretty, Father told me," she stopped with a little choking breath. Nancy, looking at her apprehensively, saw that her small chin was quivering, and that her eyes were full of tears. In a moment, however, she hurried on, with a brave lifting of her head. "Father told me all about it." He remembered. "And I ought to have explained before why I'm not in black. They said you'd think it was queer. But there weren't any black things in the last missionary barrel, only a lady's velvet basque which wasn't suitable for me at all. Part of the ladies' aid wanted to buy me a black dress and hat, but the other part thought the money ought to be spent on the red carpet for the church." Pollyanna paused for breath, and Nancy managed to stammer, "Well, I'm sure it'll be all right." "I'm glad you feel that way," nodded Pollyanna. "Of course, it would have been a good deal harder to be glad in black." "Glad?" gasped Nancy in surprise. "Yes, that Father's gone to heaven to be with Mother and the rest of us, you know. He said I must be glad. But it's been pretty hard to do it, even in red gingham, because I couldn't help feeling I ought to have him, especially as Mother and the rest have God and all the angels, while I didn't have anybody but the Ladies' Aid. But now I'm sure it'll be easier because I've got you, Aunt Polly. I'm so glad I've got you." Nancy's sympathy for the poor little forlornness beside her turned suddenly into shocked terror. "Oh, but you've made an awful mistake, dear," she faltered. "I'm only Nancy. I'm not your Aunt Polly, at all. I'm Nancy, the hired girl." "But there is an Aunt Polly?" demanded the child, anxiously. "You bet your life there is," cut in Timothy. Pollyanna relaxed visibly. "Oh, that's all right, then. And I'm glad, after all, that she didn't come to meet me, because now I've got her still coming, and I've got you besides." "I'm so interested in her," sighed Pollyanna. "I didn't know I had her for ever so long. Then Father told me. He said she lived in a lovely big house on top of the hill." "Is my Aunt Polly rich, Nancy?" "Yes, miss." "I'm so glad. It must be perfectly lovely to have lots of money." "I never knew anyone who had much money," only the whites, they're rich. They have carpets in every room and ice cream on Sundays. Does Aunt Polly have ice cream on Sundays? No, miss. Your aunt doesn't like ice cream, I guess. I never saw it on her table. Pollyanna's face fell. Oh, doesn't she? I'm so sorry. Anyhow, I can be glad about that, because the ice cream you don't eat can't make your stomach ache. Maybe Aunt Polly has got the carpets, though. Yes, she's got the carpets in almost every room, answered Nancy, frowning suddenly at the thought of that bare little attic room where there was no carpet. Oh, I'm so glad, exulted Pollyanna. I love carpets. We didn't have any, only 2 little rugs that came in a missionary barrel, and one of those had ink spots on it. My! Isn't this a perfectly beautiful house? She broke off, as they turned into the wide driveway. Timothy unloaded the trunk and Nancy led Pollyanna up the broad steps. Miss Polly Harrington did not try to meet her niece. She looked up from her book, as Nancy and the little girl appeared in the sitting room doorway, and held out a hand, coldly. How do you do, Pollyanna? She had no chance to say more. Pollyanna flung herself into her aunt's scandalized, unyielding lap. Oh, Aunt Polly, I am so glad that you let me come to live with you, she was sobbing. You don't know how perfectly lovely it is to have you and Nancy and all this after you've had just the ladies' aid. Very likely, replied Miss Polly, stiffly, trying to unclasp the small, clinging fingers. Turning her frowning eyes on Nancy in the doorway, she said, Nancy, you may go. Now, Pollyanna, please, stand in a proper manner. I don't know yet what you look like. Pollyanna drew back at once, laughing a little hysterically. I'm not very much to look at, anyway, on account of the freckles. Oh, and I ought to explain about the red gingham. I told Nancy how Father said, well, never mind now what your father said, interrupted Miss Polly, crisply. You had a trunk, I presume? Oh, yes, indeed, Aunt Polly. I've got a beautiful trunk that the ladies' aid gave me. I haven't got so very much in it, of my own, I mean. The barrels haven't had many clothes for little girls in them lately. You see, Father Pollyanna, interrupted her aunt again, sharply, there is one thing that must be understood right away at once, I do not want you to keep talking of your father to me. Now we will go upstairs to your room. Your trunk is already there, I presume. Without speaking, Pollyanna turned and followed her aunt from the room. Her eyes were brimming with tears, but her chin was bravely high. After all, I reckon I'm glad she doesn't want me to talk about Father, Pollyanna was thinking. It'll be easier, maybe, if I don't talk about him. Probably, that is why she told me not to talk about him. And Pollyanna, convinced of her aunt's kindness, blinked off the tears and looked eagerly about her. She was on the stairway now. Just ahead, her aunt's black silk skirt rustled luxuriously. Behind her an open door allowed a glimpse of soft, tinted rugs and satin-covered chairs. Beneath her feet a marvelous carpet was like green moss. On every side the gilt of picture frames or the glint of sunlight through lace curtains flashed in her eyes. "Oh, Aunt Polly," breathed the little girl, rapturously, "what a perfectly lovely house! How awfully glad you must be you're so rich." "Pollyanna!" exclaimed her aunt, turning sharply about as she reached the head of the stairs. "I'm surprised at you, making a speech like that to me. I am not sinfully proud of any gift the Lord has seen fit to bestow upon me." Miss Polly turned and walked down the hall toward the attic stairway door. Pollyanna's small feet pattered behind her aunt. Her big blue eyes tried to look in all directions at once, so that no thing of beauty or interest in this wonderful house might be passed unseen. Then, abruptly, her aunt opened a door and ascended another stairway. There was little to be seen here. It was hot and stifling, too. Unconsciously Pollyanna lifted her head higher, it seemed so hard to breathe. Then she saw that her aunt had thrown open a door at the right. "There, Pollyanna, here is your room, and your trunk is here, I see. Have you got your key?" Pollyanna nodded dumbly. Her eyes were a little wide and frightened. Her aunt frowned. "When I ask a question, Pollyanna, you should answer aloud, not merely with your head." "Yes, Aunt Polly." "Thank you, that's better. I believe you have everything that you need here," she added, glancing at the well-filled towel rack and water pitcher. "I will send Nancy up to help you unpack. Supper is at 6 o'clock, she finished, as she left the room and swept downstairs. For a moment Pollyanna stood quite still, looking after her. Then she turned her wide eyes to the bare wall, the bare floor, and the bare windows. She looked at the little trunk that had stood not so long before in her own little room in the faraway Western home. The next moment she stumbled blindly toward it and fell on her knees at its side, covering her face with her hands. Nancy found her there when she came up a few minutes later. There, you poor lamb," she crooned, dropping to the floor and drawing the little girl into her arms. Pollyanna shook her head. "But I'm bad and wicked, Nancy," she sobbed. "I just can't make myself understand that God and the angels needed my father more than I did. There, child, let's have your key and we'll get inside this trunk and take out your dresses in no time," said Nancy. Pollyanna produced the key. "There aren't very many there, anyway," she faltered. "Then they're all the sooner unpacked," declared Nancy. Pollyanna gave a sudden radiant smile. "That's so. I can be glad of that, can't I?" she cried. Nancy stared. "Why, of course," she answered a little uncertainly. Nancy's capable hands made short work of unpacking the books, the patched undergarments, and the few pitifully unattractive dresses. Pollyanna, smiling bravely now, flew about, hanging the dresses in the closet, stacking the books on the table, and putting away the undergarments in the bureau drawers. "I'm sure it's going to be a very nice room." "Don't you think so?" she mumbled, after a while. "And I can be glad there isn't any looking glass here, too, because I can't see my freckles." Nancy made a sudden queer little sound with her mouth, but when Pollyanna turned, her head was in the trunk. At one of the windows, a few minutes later, Pollyanna gave a glad cry and clapped her hands joyously. "Oh, Nancy, I hadn't seen this before," she breathed. "Look at those trees and the houses and that lovely church spire, and the river shining just like silver. Oh, I'm so glad now she let me have this room." To Pollyanna's surprise and dismay, Nancy burst into tears. Pollyanna hurriedly crossed to her side. "Why, Nancy, what is it?" she cried. "This wasn't your room, was it?" "My room!" exclaimed Nancy, hotly, choking back the tears. "You're a little angel straight from heaven." Then Nancy sprang to her feet, dashed out of the room, and went clattering down the stairs. Left alone, Pollyanna went back to the beautiful view from the window. After a time, she touched the sash tentatively. She could endure the stifling heat no longer. To her joy, the sash moved under her fingers. The next moment the window was wide open, and Pollyanna was leaning far out, drinking in the fresh, sweet air. She ran then to the other window. That, too, soon flew up under her eager hands, and she made a wonderful discovery. Against this window a huge tree flung great branches. To Pollyanna they looked like arms outstretched, inviting her. The next moment she climbed nimbly to the window ledge. From there it was an easy matter to step to the nearest tree branch. Then, clinging like a monkey, she swung herself from limb to limb until the lowest branch was reached. The drop to the ground was a little fearsome. She took it, however, swinging from her strong little arms, and landing on all fours in the soft grass. Then she picked herself up and looked eagerly about her. She was at the back of the house. Before her there was a garden in which a bent old man was working. Beyond the garden a little path through an open field led up a steep hill, at the top of which a pine tree stood on guard beside the huge rock. To Pollyanna, at the moment, there seemed to be just one place in the world worth being in, the top of that big rock. 15 minutes later the great clock in the hallway of the Harrington homestead struck 6. At precisely the last stroke Nancy sounded the bell for supper. 1, 2, 3 minutes passed. Miss Polly frowned and tapped the floor with her slipper. "Nancy," she said, "my niece is late." I told her what time supper was, and now she will have to suffer the consequences. She should learn to be punctual. When she comes down, she may have bread and milk in the kitchen. "Yes, madam." At the earliest possible moment after supper, Nancy crept up the back stairs and to the attic room. "The poor lamb has just cried herself to sleep," she was muttering, as she softly pushed open the door. The next moment she gave a frightened cry. "Where are you? Where have you gone?" she panted, looking in the closet, under the bed, and even in the trunk. Then she flew downstairs and out to old Tom in the garden. "Mr. Tom, that blessed child's gone," she wailed. "She's vanished right up into heaven where she came from, poor lamb." The old man straightened up. "Gone? Heaven?" he repeated stupidly, looking at the brilliant sunset sky. He stared a moment intently, then turned with a slow grin. "Well, Nancy, she tried to get as high as she could," he agreed, pointing with a crooked finger to where, sharply outlined against the reddening sky, a slender figure was poised on top of a huge rock. "Well, if the mistress asks, tell her I've gone for a stroll," said Nancy over her shoulder, as she sped toward the path that led through the open field. Chapter 3. "Miss Pollyanna, what a scare you gave me!" panted Nancy, hurrying up to the big rock, down which Pollyanna had just regretfully slid. "Scare? Oh, I'm so sorry, but you mustn't, really, ever get scared about me, Nancy. I always come back all right." "But I didn't even know you had gone," cried Nancy, tucking the little girl's hand under her arm and hurrying her down the hill. "I didn't see you go, and nobody did. I guess you flew right up through the roof." Pollyanna skipped gleefully. "I came down the tree, outside my window." "My stars and stockings!" gasped Nancy. "I'd like to know what your aunt would say to that," she stammered. "But we'd better hurry. I've got to get the dishes done, you know. And you must be hungry, too. I'm afraid you'll have to have bread and milk in the kitchen with me. Your aunt didn't like it, because you didn't come down to supper, you know. But I couldn't. I was up here, yes, but she didn't know that, you see," observed Nancy, dryly. "I'm sorry about the bread and milk." "Oh, I'm not. I'm glad." "Glad? Why?" "Why, I like bread and milk, and I'd like to eat with you." "I don't see any trouble about being glad about that." "You don't seem to see any trouble being glad about everything," retorted Nancy, meaning Pollyanna's brave attempts to like the bear a little at the groom. Pollyanna laughed softly. "Well, that's the game, you know, anyway." "The game?" "Yes, the just being glad game. Father told it to me, and it's lovely. We've played it always, ever since I was a little girl. We began it on some crutches that came in a missionary barrel." "Crutches?" "Yes. You see, I had wanted it all, and Father had written them so. When the barrel came, the lady wrote that no dolls had come in, but the little crutches had. So, she sent them along as they might come in handy for some child. And that's when we began it." "Well, I must say I can't see any game about that," declared Nancy, almost irritably. "Oh, the game was to find something about everything to be glad about no matter what it was," explained Pollyanna, earnestly. "And we began right then, on the crutches." "Well, goodness me. I can't see anything to be glad about getting a pair of crutches when you wanted a doll." Pollyanna clapped her hands. "I couldn't see it, either, Nancy, at first," she said, with honesty. "Father had to tell it to me. Just be glad because you don't need them. You see, it's easy when you know how," cried Pollyanna, triumphantly. "Well, it is so queer," breathed Nancy, regarding Pollyanna with almost fearful eyes. "Oh, but it isn't queer, it's lovely," maintained Pollyanna enthusiastically. "And we've played it ever since. Only sometimes it's too hard, like when your father goes to heaven, and there isn't anybody but a ladies' aid left." "Yes, or when you're put in a little room at the top of the house with nothing in it," growled Nancy. Pollyanna sighed. "That was hard, at first," she admitted, "especially when I felt so lonesome. I just didn't feel like playing the game, anyway. Then I happened to think how I hated to see my freckles in the looking glass, and I saw that lovely picture at the window, too. Then I knew I had found the things to be glad about." Nancy tried to swallow the lump in her throat. "Usually it doesn't take so long," sighed Pollyanna. "I've got so used to playing it. It's a lovely game. Father and I used to like it so much," she faltered. "I suppose, though, It'll be a little harder now, as long as I haven't anybody to play it with. Maybe Aunt Polly will play it, though, she added, as an afterthought. My stars! Her! Breathed Nancy, behind her teeth. Then, aloud, she said doggedly, Miss Pollyanna, I can't say that I know how, but I'll play it with you. Oh, Nancy! Exulted Pollyanna, giving her a rapturous hug. That'll be splendid. Won't we have fun? Maybe, conceded Nancy, in open doubt. You mustn't count too much on me, but I'm going to make a most awful try on this game, she finished, as they entered the kitchen together. Pollyanna ate her bread and milk with good appetite. Then, at Nancy's suggestion, she went into the sitting room, where her aunt sat reading. Miss Polly looked up coldly. Have you had your supper, Pollyanna? Yes, Aunt Polly. I'm very sorry, Pollyanna, to have been obliged so soon to send you into the kitchen to eat bread and milk. But I was glad you did it, Aunt Polly. I like bread and milk, and Nancy, too. You mustn't feel bad about that. Aunt Polly sat suddenly a little more erect in her chair. Pollyanna, it's quite time you were in bed. You have had a hard day, and tomorrow we must go over your clothing to see what it is necessary to get for you. Nancy will give you a candle. Breakfast will be at 7:30. Good night. Quite as a matter of course, Pollyanna came straight to her aunt and gave her an affectionate hug. I've had such a beautiful time, so far, she sighed happily. I know I'm going to love living with you. Good night, she said cheerfully, as she ran from the room. Well, what an extraordinary child, thought Miss Polly. Then she frowned. She's glad I punished her, and I mustn't feel bad about it, and she's going to love to live with me. 15 minutes later, in the attic room, a lonely little girl sobbed into the pillow, I know, Father among the angels, I'm not playing the game now, but I don't believe even you could find anything to be glad about sleeping all alone here in the dark. If only I were near Nancy or Aunt Polly, it would be easier. It was nearly 7 o'clock when Pollyanna awoke that first day after her arrival. Her windows faced the south and the west, so she could not see the sun yet, but she could see the blue morning sky, and she knew that the day promised to be fine. The little room was cooler now, and the air was fresh and sweet. Outside, the birds were twittering joyously, and Pollyanna flew to the window to talk to them. She saw then that her aunt was already down in the garden among the rose bushes. Pollyanna sped down the attic stairs, through the hall, down the next flight, then through the front door and around to the garden. Aunt Polly, with the bent old man, was leaning over a rose bush when Pollyanna flung herself upon her. "Oh, Aunt Polly, I am glad this morning just to be alive." "Pollyanna," remonstrated the lady, sternly, pulling herself as erect as she could with a weight of 90 pounds hanging about her neck. "Is this the usual way you say good morning?" The little girl dropped to her toes, and danced lightly up and down. "No, only when I love somebody, so I just can't help it. I saw you from my window, Aunt Polly, and you looked so good I just had to come down and hug you." The bent old man turned his back suddenly. Miss Polly attempted a frown without her usual success. "Thomas, that will do for this morning. I think you understand about those rose bushes," she said stiffly. Then she turned and walked rapidly away. A bell sounded from the house. The next moment Nancy flew out of the back door. "Miss Pollyanna, that bell means breakfast," she panted, pulling the little girl to the house. Breakfast, for the first 5 minutes, was a silent meal. Then Miss Polly noticed 2 flies over the table, and said sternly, "Nancy, where did those flies come from?" "I don't know, madam. There wasn't one in the kitchen." "I reckon maybe they're my flies, Aunt Polly," observed Pollyanna, amiably. "Yours?" gasped Miss Polly. "What do you mean? Where did they come from?" "Why, Aunt Polly, they came through the windows." "You mean you raised those windows without any screens?" "Why, yes. There weren't any screens there, Aunt Polly." "Nancy," said Miss Polly, sharply, "go at once to Miss Pollyanna's room and shut the windows. Shut the doors, also." To her niece she said, "Pollyanna, I have ordered screens for those windows. I knew, of course, that it was my duty to do that. But it seems to me that you have quite forgotten your duty." "My duty?" Pollyanna's eyes were wide with wonder. "Certainly. I know it is warm, but I consider it your duty to keep your windows closed till those screens come. Flies are not only unclean and annoying, but very dangerous to health. After breakfast I will give you a little booklet on this matter to read." "To read?" "Oh, thank you, Aunt Polly. I love to read." Miss Polly drew in her breath audibly, then she shut her lips together hard. Pollyanna, seeing her stern face, frowned a little thoughtfully. "Of course, I'm sorry about the duty I forgot, Aunt Polly," she apologized timidly. "I won't raise the windows again." Her aunt made no reply. She did not speak until the meal was over. Then she rose, went to the bookcase in the sitting room, took out a small paper booklet, and crossed the room to her niece's side. "Pollyanna, I want you to go to your room at once and read it. I will be up in half an hour to look over your things." Pollyanna looked at the illustration of a fly's head, many times magnified, and cried joyously, "Oh, thank you, Aunt Polly." The next moment she skipped merrily from the room. Half an hour later, when Miss Polly climbed those stairs and entered Pollyanna's room, she was greeted with a burst of eager enthusiasm. "Oh, Aunt Polly, I'm so glad you gave me that book to read. Why, I didn't imagine flies could carry such a lot of things on their feet, and that will do," remarked Aunt Polly, with dignity. "Pollyanna, you may bring out your clothes now, and I will look them over." With visible reluctance, Pollyanna put down the booklet and turned toward the closet. "I'm afraid you'll think they're shameful," she sighed. But there were mostly things for boys and older folks in the last 2 or 3 barrels. "Did you ever have a missionary barrel, Aunt Polly?" At her aunt's look of shocked anger, Pollyanna corrected herself at once. "Why, no, of course you didn't, Aunt Polly. Rich folks never have to have them. But sometimes I forget that you are rich, up here in this room, you know." Miss Polly's lips parted indignantly, but no words came. Pollyanna, plainly unaware that she had said something unpleasant, went on talking. "Well, my father," and just in time Pollyanna remembered that she was not to talk of her father to her aunt. She dived into her closet then, hurriedly, and brought out all the poor little dresses in both her arms. "They aren't nice, at all," she choked, "but they're all I've got." With the tips of her fingers Miss Polly turned over the garments, and then she frowned at the patched undergarments in the bureau drawers. "I've got the best ones on," confessed Pollyanna, anxiously. "The ladies' aid bought me one set all whole." Miss Polly did not seem to hear. "You have been to school, of course, Pollyanna?" "Oh, yes, Aunt Polly. Besides, I was taught at home, too. In the fall you will enter school here, of course. Meanwhile, I suppose I ought to hear you read aloud half an hour each day. I love to read, but if you don't want to hear me, I'd be just glad to read to myself, truly, Aunt Polly." "Have you studied music?" "Not much. I learned to play the piano a little. Miss Gray, she plays for church, taught me. I think it is my duty to see that you are properly instructed in at least the rudiments of music." "You sew, of course." "Yes, Aunt Polly," Pollyanna sighed. "The ladies' aid taught me that." "Well, now, Pollyanna, I'll teach you sewing myself, of course. You do not know how to cook, I presume." "They were just beginning to teach me that this summer, but I hadn't got far." Miss Polly paused in thought for a minute, and then went on slowly. At 9 o'clock every morning you will read aloud 1/2 hour to me. Wednesday and Saturday forenoons, after 9:30, you will spend with Nancy in the kitchen, learning to cook. Other mornings you will sew with me. That will leave the afternoons for your music. I'll get a teacher for you, she finished decisively, as she arose from her chair. Pollyanna cried out in dismay. "Oh, but Aunt Polly, you haven't left me any time at all just to live." To live. What do you mean? You are living all the time. Oh, of course I'll be breathing while doing those things, Aunt Polly, but I won't be living. You breathe all the time you're asleep, but you aren't living. I mean doing the things you want to do, playing outdoors, reading, climbing hills, talking to Mr. Tom in the garden, and Nancy, and finding out all about the houses and the people and everything everywhere all through the streets I came through yesterday. That's what I call living, Aunt Polly. Just breathing isn't living. Miss Polly lifted her head irritably. Pollyanna, you will be allowed a proper amount of playtime, of course. But if I am willing to do my duty and give you proper care and instruction, you ought to be willing to do yours and see that that care and instruction are not ungratefully wasted. Pollyanna looked shocked. Oh, Aunt Polly, I can't be ungrateful to you. Why, I love you, you're my aunt. Very well, nodded Miss Polly, as she turned toward the door. Then she stopped and added, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, Pollyanna. Timothy will drive us into town at 1:30 this afternoon. Not one of your garments is fit for my niece to wear." In the hot little attic room Pollyanna dropped herself onto one of the straight-backed chairs. To her, existence loomed ahead one midless round of duty. "There isn't anything to be glad about, that I can see," she said aloud, "unless it's to be glad when the duty's done." Chapter 4. Fitting Pollyanna with a new wardrobe proved to be more or less of an exciting experience for all concerned. The shopping expedition took them the entire afternoon. Then came supper and a delightful talk with old Tom in the garden, and another with Nancy on the back porch, after the dishes were done, and while Aunt Polly was paying a visit to a neighbor. Old Tom told Pollyanna wonderful things of her mother, that made her very happy indeed, and Nancy told her all about the little farm 6 miles away where her own dear mother and her dear siblings lived. "And they've got lovely names, too," sighed Nancy. "They're Algernon, and Florabelle and Estelle. I just hate Nancy." "Oh, Nancy, why?" "Because it isn't pretty like the others. You see, I was the first baby, and Mother hadn't begun to read so many stories with the pretty names in them, then." But I love Nancy, just because it's you, declared Pollyanna. Well, anyhow, you can be glad it isn't, say, Hephzibah. Nancy's gloomy face relaxed into a bored smile. My, I guess I am glad. She stopped short and turned her amazed eyes on the little girl. Miss Pollyanna, were you playing that game about my being glad I was named Hephzibah? Pollyanna frowned, then she laughed. Why, Nancy, that's so. I was playing the game, but I did it without thinking, I reckon. You see, you get so used to looking for something to be glad about, you know. And there is always something about everything that you can be glad about, if you keep hunting long enough to find it. Well, maybe, said Nancy, with open doubt. At 8:30 Pollyanna went up to bed. The screens had not yet come, and the little room was like an oven. With longing eyes Pollyanna looked at the two fast-closed windows, but she did not raise them. She undressed, folded her clothes neatly, said her prayers, blew out her candle and climbed into bed. She did not know how long she lay in sleepless misery, tossing from side to side of the hot little bed. Finally, she slipped out of bed, felt her way across the room and opened the door. Out in the main attic hall was velvet blackness, but there was a silver path across the floor from the window. Pollyanna drew a quick breath and pattered straight to the window. She hoped that this window might have a screen, but it did not. Outside, however, there was a wide world of fairy-like beauty, and there was fresh, sweet air that would feel so good to hot cheeks and hands. As she stepped nearer and peered out, she saw, only a little way below the window, the wide, flat tin roof of Miss Polly's sun parlor built over the porte-cochere. If only she were out there right now. Suddenly Pollyanna remembered that she had seen near this attic window a row of long wide bags hanging from nails. Nancy had said that they contained the winter clothing, put away for the summer. A little fearfully now, Pollyanna felt her way to these bags, selected a nice fat soft one. It contained Miss Polly's sealskin coat, for a bed, and a thinner one for a pillow, and still another for a covering. Thus equipped, Pollyanna pattered to the moonlit window again, raised the sash, stuffed her burden through to the roof below, then let herself down after it, closing the window carefully behind her. Pollyanna had not forgotten those flies with the marvelous feet that carried things. How deliciously cool it was! The roof was so broad and flat that she had no fear of falling off. With a sigh of content, Pollyanna curled herself up on the sealskin coat mattress, arranged one bag for a pillow and the other for a covering, and settled herself to sleep. "I'm so glad now that the screens didn't come," she murmured, "or else I couldn't have had this." Downstairs in Miss Polly's room next the sun parlor, Miss Polly herself was telephoning in a shaking voice to Timothy, "Come up quick, you and your father. Bring lanterns. Somebody is on the roof of the sun parlor. He can get right into the house through the window in the attic. I have locked the attic door down here, but hurry, be quick." Sometime later, Pollyanna, just dropping off to sleep, was startled by a lantern flash, and a trio of amazed voices. She opened her eyes and found Timothy at the top of a ladder near her, old Tom just getting through the window, and her aunt peering out at her from behind him. "Pollyanna, what does this mean?" cried Aunt Polly then. Pollyanna blinked her sleepy eyes and sat up. "Why, Mr. Tom, Aunt Polly," she stammered. "Don't look so scared. I was so hot in there. But I shut the window, Aunt Polly, so the flies couldn't carry those germs in." Timothy disappeared suddenly down the ladder. Old Tom handed his lantern to Miss Polly and followed his son. Miss Polly bit her lip hard until the men were gone, then she said sternly, "Pollyanna, hand those things to me at once and come in here. For the rest of the night, you are to sleep in my bed with me. The screens will be here tomorrow, but until then I consider it my duty to keep you by my side." Pollyanna drew in her breath. "With you? In your bed?" she cried happily. "Oh, Aunt Polly, how kind of you. My! I am so glad now those screens didn't come." There was no reply. Miss Polly, to tell the truth, felt curiously helpless. For the third time since Pollyanna's arrival, Miss Polly punished Pollyanna, and for the third time her punishment was taken as a special reward of merit. It was not long before life at the Harrington homestead settled into something like order, though not exactly the order that Miss Polly had at first established. Pollyanna sewed, read aloud, and studied cooking in the kitchen. But she did not give to any of these things quite so much time as it had first been planned. She had more time, also, to just live, for almost all of every afternoon from 2 until 6 o'clock was hers to do with as she liked. It is a question, perhaps, whether all this leisure time was given to the child as a relief to Pollyanna from work or as a relief to Aunt Polly from Pollyanna. Certainly, the reading and sewing lessons found her at their conclusion each day somewhat dazed and wholly exhausted. Nancy, in the kitchen, was neither dazed nor exhausted. Wednesdays and Saturdays came to be red-letter days to her. There were no children in the immediate neighborhood of the Harrington homestead for Pollyanna to play with. This, however, did not seem to disturb Pollyanna in the least. "Oh, no, I don't mind it at all," she explained to Nancy. "I'm happy just to walk around and see the streets and the houses and watch the people. I just love people. Don't you, Nancy? Well, I can't say I do, all of them, retorted Nancy, tersely. Almost every afternoon Pollyanna begged for an errand to run, so that she might be off for a walk, and it was on these walks that she frequently met the man. To herself Pollyanna always called him the man, even if she met a dozen other men the same day. The man often wore a long black coat and a high silk hat. His face was shaven and rather pale, and his hair was gray. He walked erect, and rather rapidly, and he was always alone, which made Pollyanna sorry for him. One day she spoke to him. "How do you do, sir? Isn't this a nice day?" she addressed him cheerily, as she approached him. The man threw a hurried glance about him, and then stopped uncertainly. "Did you speak to me?" he asked in a sharp voice. "Yes, sir," beamed Pollyanna. "I say, it's a nice day, isn't it?" "Eh? Oh. Humphrey." He grunted and strode on again. The next day she saw him again. "It isn't quite so nice as yesterday, but it's pretty nice," she said cheerfully. "Eh? Oh. Humphrey," grunted the man as before. When for the third time Pollyanna addressed him in the same manner, the man stopped abruptly. "Now, child, who are you? Why are you speaking to me every day?" "I'm Pollyanna Whittier, and I thought you looked lonesome." "I'm so glad you stopped. Now we're introduced, only I don't know your name yet." "Well," what the man did not finish his sentence, but strode on faster than ever. Pollyanna looked after him with disappointment. Maybe he didn't understand, but that was only half an introduction. "I don't know his name, yet," she murmured. On Tuesday Pollyanna was carrying calf's foot jelly to Mrs. Snow. Miss Polly Harrington always sent something to Mrs. Snow once a week. She said that it was her duty, as Mrs. Snow was poor, sick, and a member of her church. A pale-faced, tired-looking young girl answered the knock at the door. "How do you do?" began Pollyanna politely. "I'm from Miss Polly Harrington, and I'd like to see Mrs. Snow, please." "Well, you're the first one that ever liked to see her," muttered the girl under her breath, but Pollyanna did not hear this. In the sick room, after the girl had ushered her in and closed the door, Pollyanna blinked a little before she could accustom her eyes to the gloom. Then she saw a woman half sitting up in the bed across the room. Pollyanna advanced at once. "How do you do, Mrs. Snow? Aunt Polly says she hopes you're comfortable today, and she sent you some calf's foot jelly." "Dear me. Jelly?" murmured a fretful voice. "Of course, I'm very much obliged, but I was hoping it would be lamb broth today. Well, who are you? I'm Pollyanna Whittier, Miss Polly Harrington's niece, and I've come to live with her. That's why I'm here with the jelly this morning. All through the first part of this sentence, the sick woman had sat interestedly erect, but at the reference to the jelly, she fell back on her pillow listlessly. Very well, thank you. Your aunt is very kind, of course, but my appetite isn't very good this morning, and I wanted lamb. She stopped suddenly, and then went on with an abrupt change of subject. I never slept a wink last night, not a wink. Oh dear, I wish I didn't, sighed Pollyanna, placing the jelly on the little table and seating herself comfortably in the nearest chair. We lose such a lot of time just sleeping. Don't you think so? Lose time, sleeping, exclaimed the sick woman. Yes, when we might be just living, you know. Once again, the woman pulled herself erect in her bed. Well, you are an amazing child, she cried. Now go to that window and pull up the curtain. I'd like to know what you look like. Oh dear. Then you'll see my freckles, Pollyanna sighed, as she went to the window. I was so glad it was dark and you couldn't see them. There. Now you can, oh. She broke off excitedly, as she turned back to the bed. I'm so glad you wanted to see me, because now I can see you. You're so pretty. Me. Pretty, scoffed the woman, bitterly. Oh, but your eyes are so big and dark, and your hair's all dark, too, and curly, said Pollyanna. I love black curls. And you've got 2 little red spots in your cheeks. Why, Mrs. Snow, you are pretty. I think you should look at yourself in the glass. The glass, snapped the sick woman, falling back on her pillow. Yes, well, I don't look much in the mirror, and you wouldn't, if you were flat on your back as I am. Why, no, of course not, agreed Pollyanna, sympathetically. But let me show you, she exclaimed, skipping over to the bureau and picking up a small hand glass. On the way back to the bed she stopped, eyeing the sick woman with a critical gaze. May I fix your hair, please? Why, I suppose so, if you want to, permitted Mrs. Snow, grudgingly, but it won't stay, you know. Oh, thank you. I love to fix people's hair, exclaimed Pollyanna, carefully laying down the hand glass and reaching for a comb. For 5 minutes Pollyanna worked swiftly and deftly. Meanwhile the sick woman, frowning and scoffing at the whole procedure, was, in spite of herself, beginning to tingle with a feeling near to excitement. There! Panted Pollyanna, hastily plucking a pink from a vase nearby and tucking it into the dark hair where it would give the best effect. Now I reckon we're ready to be looked at." And she held out the mirror in triumph. "Humphrey!" grunted the sick woman, eyeing her reflection severely. "I like red pinks better than pink ones, but then, it'll fade, anyhow, before night, so what's the difference?" "But I think you should be glad they fade," laughed Pollyanna, "because then you can have the fun of getting some more. I just love your hair fluffed on like that," she finished with a satisfied gaze. "Don't you?" Maybe. Still, it won't last, as I am tossing back and forth on the pillow." "Of course, not, and I'm glad," nodded Pollyanna, cheerfully, "because then I can fix it again. Anyhow, I think you'd be glad it's black because black shows up so much nicer on a pillow than yellow hair like mine does." "I love black hair." "I'd be so glad if I only had it," sighed Pollyanna. Mrs. Snow dropped the mirror and turned irritably. "Well, you wouldn't if you were me. You wouldn't be glad for black hair or anything else if you had to lie here all day as I do." Pollyanna bent her brows in a thoughtful frown. "Well, it would be hard to do it then, wouldn't it?" she mused aloud. "Do what?" "Be glad about things." "Be glad about things when you're sick in bed all your days?" "Well, I'd say it would," retorted Mrs. Snow. "If you don't think so, just tell me something to be glad about." To Mrs. Snow's unbounded amazement, Pollyanna sprang to her feet and clapped her hands. "Oh, that'll be hard, won't it? I've got to go now, but I'll think and think all the way home, and maybe the next time I come I can tell it to you. Goodbye. I've had a lovely time." "Goodbye," she said, as she tripped through the doorway. "Well, what does she mean by that?" thought Mrs. Snow, staring after her visitor. Then she turned her head and picked up the mirror, eyeing her reflection critically. "That little thing has got a knack with hair," she muttered under her breath. "I didn't know it could look so pretty. But then, what's the use?" she sighed, dropping the little glass into the bedclothes, and rolling her head on the pillow fretfully. A little later, when Millie, Mrs. Snow's daughter, came in, the mirror still lay among the bedclothes though it had been carefully hidden from sight. "Why, Mother, the curtain is up!" cried Millie, dividing her amazed stare between the window and the pink in her mother's hair. "Well, what if it is?" snapped the sick woman. "I needn't stay in the dark all my life, if I am sick, need I?" "Why, no, of course not," said Millie, in hasty conciliation, as she reached for the medicine bottle. "Well, you know very well that I've tried to get you to have a lighter room for ages and you wouldn't." There was no reply to this. Mrs. Snow was picking at the lace on her nightgown. At last she spoke fretfully, "I think somebody might give me a new night dress instead of lamb broth, for a change." "Why, Mother?" No wonder Millie gasped aloud with bewilderment. In the drawer behind her at that moment there were two new night dresses that Millie for months had been vainly asking her mother to wear. Chapter 5. It rained the next time Pollyanna saw the man. She greeted him, however, with a bright smile. "It isn't so nice today, is it?" she said. "I'm glad it doesn't rain always, anyhow." The man did not even turn his head. Pollyanna decided that of course he did not hear her. The next time she spoke up louder. She thought it particularly necessary to do this, anyway, for the man was striding along with his hands behind his back and his eyes on the ground. Pollyanna was on a morning errand today. "How do you do?" she chirped. "I'm so glad it isn't yesterday, aren't you?" The man stopped abruptly. There was an angry scowl on his face. "Now, little girl, let's settle this thing right now, once and for all," he began testily. "I've got something besides the weather to think of. I don't know whether the sun shines or not." Pollyanna beamed joyously. "That's why I told you, so you would notice it, you know, that the sun shines, and all that. I knew you'd be glad if you only stopped to think of it." The man started forward again, but after the second step he turned back, still frowning. "Why don't you find someone your own age to talk to?" "I'd like to, sir, but there aren't any." "Still, I don't mind it very much. I like old folks just as well, maybe better, sometimes. You see, I'm sure you're much nicer than you look." The man made a queer noise in his throat. Then he turned and strode on as before. The next time Pollyanna met the man, his eyes were gazing straight into hers, with a quizzical directness that made his face look really pleasant. "Good afternoon," he greeted her a little stiffly. "Perhaps I'd better say right away that I know the sun is shining today." "But you don't have to tell me," nodded Pollyanna, brightly. "I knew you knew it just as soon as I saw you. I saw it in your eyes, you know, and in your smile." "Humphrey!" grunted the man, as he passed on. The man always spoke to Pollyanna after this, and frequently he spoke first, though usually he said little but "good afternoon." Even that, however, was a great surprise to Nancy, who chanced to be with Pollyanna one day when the greeting was given. "Goodness! Do you know who he is?" demanded Nancy. Pollyanna frowned and shook her head. "I reckon he forgot to tell me one day. You see, I did my part of the introducing, but he didn't." Nancy's eyes widened. But he never speaks to anybody, child, except when he just have to, for business, and all that. He's John Pendleton. He lives all by himself in the big house on Pendleton Hill. He won't even have anyone to cook for him. He comes down to the hotel for his meals 3 times a day. Sally Miner, who waits on him, says he hardly opens his lips enough to tell what he wants to eat. She often has to guess it, and it always has to be something cheap. Pollyanna nodded sympathetically. I know. You have to look for cheap things when you're poor. Hither and I took meals out a lot. We usually had bins and fish hauls. We used to say how glad we were we liked bins, especially when we were looking at the roast turkey that was 60 cents. Does Mr. Pendleton like beans? Why, Miss Pollyanna, he isn't poor. He's got loads of money from his father. There is nobody in town as rich as he is. He doesn't spend his money, he's saving it. He doesn't speak to anyone, and he lives all alone in a great big lovely house all full of grand things, they say. Some say he's crazy, and everybody says he's mysterious. Sometimes he travels, and it's always in heathen countries, Egypt and Asia and the desert of Sahara, you know. Oh, a missionary, nodded Pollyanna. Well, I didn't say that, Miss Pollyanna. When he comes back he writes books, queer books, they say, about some gimcrack he's found in those heathen countries. But he never wants to spend money here. Of course, not, he's saving it for the heathen, declared Pollyanna. Now I'm even gladder that he speaks to me. The next time Pollyanna went to see Mrs. Snow, she found that lady in a darkened room again. It's the little girl from Miss Polly's, mother, announced Millie, in a tired manner. Then Pollyanna found herself alone with the invalid. Oh, is it you? Asked a fretful voice from the bed. I remember you. Anybody would remember you, I guess, if they saw you once. I wish you had come yesterday. The woman stirred restlessly and turned her eyes toward the basket. Well, what is it? Guess. What do you want? The sick woman frowned. Why, I don't want anything, she sighed. After all, they all taste alike. Pollyanna chuckled. This won't. Guess. If you wanted something, what would it be? The woman hesitated. She did not realize it herself. Obviously, however, she had to say something. This extraordinary child was waiting. Well, of course, there's lamb broth, I've got it, cried Pollyanna. But that's what I didn't want, sighed the sick woman. It was chicken I wanted. Oh, I've got that, too, chuckled Pollyanna. The woman turned in amazement. Both of them? She demanded. Yes, and some calf's foot jelly, triumphed Pollyanna. You should have what you wanted for once. Oh, of course, there's only a little of each, but there's some of all of them. I'm so glad you want chicken, she went on contentedly, as she lifted the 3 little bowls from her basket. There was no reply. The sick woman seemed to be trying mentally to find something she had lost. There. I'll leave them all, announced Pollyanna, as she arranged the 3 bowls in a row on the table. How do you do today? She finished in polite inquiry. Very poorly, thank you, murmured Mrs. Snow, falling back into her usual listless attitude. Nellie Higgins next door has begun music lessons, and her practicing drives me nearly wild. She was at it all the morning, every minute. Polly nodded sympathetically and then suddenly clapped her hands. There. I almost forgot, but I've thought it up, Mrs. Snow, what you can be glad about. Glad about? What do you mean? Why, you asked me to tell you something to be glad about, glad, even though you have to lie here abed all day. Oh! Scoffed the woman. Yes, I remember that, but I didn't suppose you were in earnest. Oh, yes, I was, nodded Pollyanna, triumphantly, and I found it, too. But it was hard. I couldn't think of anything for a while. Then I got it. Did you, really? Well, what is it? Mrs. Snow's voice was sarcastically polite. Pollyanna drew a long breath. I thought how glad you could be that other folks weren't like you, all sick in bed like this, you know, she announced impressively. Mrs. Snow stared. Her eyes were angry. Well, really, she said then, in an unagreeable tone of voice. And now I'll tell you about the game, proposed Pollyanna. It'll be just lovely for you to play, it'll be so hard. And there's so much more fun when it is hard. You see, it's like this. And she began to tell of the missionary barrel, the crutches, and the doll that did not come. The story was just finished when Millie appeared at the door. Your Ann wants you, Miss Pollyanna, she said. She telephoned and said you have to hurry because you've got some practicing to make up before dark. Pollyanna rose reluctantly. All right, she sighed. I'll hurry. Suddenly she laughed. I suppose I ought to be glad I've got legs to hurry with. Mrs. Snow's eyes were closed. But Millie, whose eyes were wide open with surprise, saw that there were tears on the wasted cheeks. Goodbye, said Pollyanna over her shoulder, as she reached the door. "I'm awfully sorry about the hair, I wanted to do it. But maybe I can next time." One by one the July days passed. To Pollyanna, they were happy days, indeed. She often told her aunt how very happy they were, and her aunt would usually reply, wearily, "Very well, Pollyanna. I am pleased, of course, that they are happy, but I hope that they are profitable, as well." What is being profitable? Why, it's just being profitable, having profit, Pollyanna. What an extraordinary child you are. Then just being glad isn't profitable? Questioned Pollyanna, a little anxiously. Certainly not. Oh dear. Then you wouldn't like it, of course. Now I'm afraid you won't play the game, Aunt Polly. Game? What game? Why, that father. Pollyanna clapped her hand to her lips. "In nothing," she stammered. Miss Polly frowned. "That will do for this morning, Pollyanna," she said tersely. And the sewing lesson was over. In the afternoon Pollyanna, coming down from her attic room, met her aunt on the stairway. "Why, Aunt Polly, how lovely!" she cried. "You were coming up to see me. Come right in." "I love company," she finished, running up the stairs and throwing her door wide open. Miss Polly had not intended to call on her niece. She had just planned to look for a white wool shawl in the chest near the window. But to her great surprise, she found herself not in the main attic before the chest, but in Pollyanna's little room sitting in one of the straight-backed chairs. "I love company," said Pollyanna, "especially since I've had this room, all mine, you know." "Oh, of course, I always had a room, but it was a hired room, and hired rooms aren't half as nice as owned ones, are they? And of course now I just love this room, even if it hasn't got the carpets and curtains and pictures." With a painful blush Pollyanna stopped short. "What's that, Pollyanna?" "In nothing, Aunt Polly, truly. I didn't mean to say it." "Probably not," returned Miss Polly, coldly, "but you said it, so let's have the rest of it." Pollyanna blushed painfully. "It was only because I had always wanted them and hadn't had them, I suppose." "I shouldn't have wanted them, pretty things, I mean, but, truly, Aunt Polly, I was glad that the bureau didn't have a looking glass, because it didn't show my freckles. And there couldn't be a nicer picture than the one at my window there, and you've been so good to me, that dash." Miss Polly rose suddenly to her feet. Her face was very red. "That will do, Pollyanna," she said stiffly. "You have said quite enough, I'm sure." Less than 24 hours later, Miss Polly said to Nancy, crisply, "Nancy, you may move Miss Pollyanna's things downstairs this morning to the room directly beneath. My niece will sleep there." "Yes, madam," said Nancy aloud. "Oh glory!" said Nancy to herself. To Pollyanna, a minute later, she cried joyously, "Miss Pollyanna, you will sleep downstairs in the room straight under this. I'm told to take down your things and dash." Pollyanna did not stop to hear the end of this sentence. She was flying downstairs, 2 steps at a time. Pollyanna banged 2 doors and a chair before she at last reached her goal, Aunt Polly. "Oh, Aunt Polly, did you mean it, really? Why, that room has got everything, the carpet and curtains and 3 pictures." "Oh, Aunt Polly." "Very well, Pollyanna. I am pleased that you like the change, of course, but if you think so much of all those things, I trust you will take proper care of them." Miss Polly spoke sternly, because, for some inexplicable reason, she felt inclined to cry, and Miss Polly was not used to feeling inclined to cry. Chapter 6. August brought several surprises and some changes, none of which, however, were really a surprise to Nancy. Since Pollyanna's arrival, Nancy had come to look for surprises and changes. First there was the kitten. Pollyanna found the kitten mewing pitifully some distance down the road. When systematic questioning of the neighbors failed to find anyone who owned it, Pollyanna brought it home at once, as a matter of course. "And I was glad I didn't find anyone who owned it, too," she told her aunt in happy confidence, "because I wanted to bring it home. I love kitties. I knew you'd be glad to let it live here." Miss Polly looked at the forlorn little gray bunch of misery in Pollyanna's arms, and shivered. Miss Polly did not care for cats, not even pretty, healthy, clean ones. Pollyanna. What a dirty little beast. And it's sick, I'm sure, and all mangy. "I know it, poor little thing," said Pollyanna, tenderly, looking into the little creature's frightened eyes. "And it's all trembly, too, it's so scared. You see it doesn't know yet that we're going to keep it, of course." Miss Polly opened her lips and tried to speak, but in vain. The curious helpless feeling that she had experienced so often since Pollyanna's arrival, had her now fast in its grip. "Of course, I knew," hurried on Pollyanna, gratefully, "that you wouldn't let a dear little lonesome kitty go hunting for a home when you'd just taken me in. I knew you'd feel that way." She nodded happily, as she ran from the room. "But, Pollyanna," remonstrated Miss Polly. "I don't dash." But Pollyanna was already halfway to the kitchen, calling, "Nancy, just see this dear little kitty that Aunt Polly is going to bring up along with me." In the sitting room, Aunt Polly, who abhorred cats, fell back in her chair with a gasp of dismay, powerless to remonstrate. The next day it was a dog, even dirtier and more forlorn, perhaps, than the kitten was. And again Miss Polly, to her amazement, found herself figuring as a kind protector and an angel of mercy. Pollyanna so unhesitatingly thrust this rule upon her that the woman, who abhorred dogs even more than cats, found herself as before, powerless to remonstrate. When, in less than a week, however, Pollyanna brought home a small, ragged boy, and confidently claimed the same protection for him, Miss Polly had something to say. It happened as follows. On a pleasant Thursday morning, Pollyanna was taking calf's foot jelly again to Mrs. Snow. They were the best of friends now. Their friendship had started from the third visit Pollyanna had made, the one after she had told Mrs. Snow of the game. Mrs. Snow herself was playing the game now, with Pollyanna. To be sure, she was not playing it very well. She had been sorry for everything for so long, that it was not easy to be glad for anything now. But under Pollyanna's cheery instructions and merry laughter at her mistakes, she was learning fast. Pollyanna was thinking of this when suddenly she saw a boy. He was sitting by the roadside, whittling half-heartedly at a small stick. "Hello," smiled Pollyanna, engagingly. The boy glanced up, but he looked away again, at once. "Hello yourself," he mumbled, and began to whittle again at his stick, with the dull, broken-bladed knife in his hand. Pollyanna hesitated, and then dropped herself comfortably down on the grass near him. "My name's Pollyanna Whittier," she began pleasantly. "What's yours?" "Jimmy Bean," the boy grunted with ungracious indifference. "Good. Now we're introduced. I live at Miss Polly Harrington's house." "Where do you live?" "Nowhere." "Nowhere." "Why, everybody lives somewhere," asserted Pollyanna. "Well, I don't, just now. I'm hunting up a new place." "Oh. Where is it?" The boy regarded her with scornful eyes. "Silly. I wouldn't be hunting for it if I knew." Pollyanna tossed her head a little. This was not a nice boy, and she did not like to be called silly. Still, he was somebody of her age. "Where did you live before?" she asked. "Well, I'm tired of your questions," sighed the boy impatiently. "I have to ask them," retorted Pollyanna calmly, "or else I couldn't find out a thing about you. If you could talk more, I wouldn't talk so much." The boy gave a short laugh. His face looked a little pleasanter when he spoke this time. "All right then. I'm Jimmy Bean, and I'm 10 years old." Last year my dad died and I came to live at the orphan's home, but they've got so many kids that there isn't much room for me. They don't want me, so I've quit. I'm going to live somewhere else, but I haven't found the place yet. I'd like a home, just a common one, you know, with a mother in it, instead of a matron. I've tried 4 houses, but they didn't want me though I said I would work, of course. The boy's voice had broken a little over the last 2 sentences. Oh dear. I know just how you feel, because after my father died, too, there wasn't anybody but the ladies' aid for me, until Aunt Polly said she'd take. Pollyanna stopped abruptly. Oh, I know just the place for you, she cried. Aunt Polly will take you, I know she will. Didn't she take me? And didn't she take Fluffy and Buffy, when they didn't have anyone to love them, or any place to go? And they're only cats and dogs. Oh, come, I know Aunt Polly will take you. You don't know how good and kind she is. Jimmy Ben's thin little face brightened. Honestly? Would she? I'll work, you know, and I'm really strong. He bared a small, bony arm. Of course, she would. Why, my Aunt Polly is the nicest lady in the world now that my mama has gone to be a heaven angel. And there are a lot of rooms, she continued, springing to her feet, and tugging at his arm. Maybe, though, she added a little anxiously, as they hurried on, you'll have to sleep in the attic room. I did, at first. But there are screens there now, so it won't be so hot. You won't mind sleeping in that room at all, I'm sure, panted Pollyanna. When the house was reached, Pollyanna unhesitatingly piloted her companion straight into the presence of her amazed aunt. Oh, Aunt Polly, she cried, just look. I've got something much nicer than Fluffy and Buffy for you to bring up. It's a real live boy. He won't mind sleeping in the attic, at first, and he says he'll work, but I'll need him the most of the time to play with, I reckon. Miss Polly grew white, then very red. She did not quite understand, but she thought she understood enough. Pollyanna, what does this mean? Who is the sturdy little boy? Where did you find him? She demanded sharply. The dirty little boy made a step back and looked toward the door. Pollyanna laughed merrily. I forgot to tell you, his name. This is Jimmy Bean, Aunt Polly. And he is dirty, just like Fluffy and Buffy were when you took them in. But I reckon he'll improve all right by washing, just as they did. Well, what is he doing here? Why, Aunt Polly, I just told you. Pollyanna's eyes were wide with surprise. He is for you. He wants a home and a family. I told him how good you were to me, and to Fluffy and Buffy, and that I knew you would be to him, because of course he's even nicer than cats and dogs." Miss Polly dropped back in her chair and raised a shaking hand to her throat. The old helplessness was threatening once more to overcome her. With a visible struggle, however, Miss Polly pulled herself suddenly erect. "That will do, Pollyanna. This is the most absurd thing you've done yet. As if tramp cats and mangy dogs weren't bad enough, you bring home ragged little beggars from the street." Jimmy's eyes flashed and his chin came up. With 2 strides of his sturdy little legs he confronted Miss Polly fearlessly. "I am not a beggar, madam, and I don't want anything of you. I was going to work, of course, for my board and keep. I wouldn't have come to your house, anyhow, if this girl hadn't made me, telling me how good and kind you were. So, goodbye." And he wheeled about and stalked from the room. "Oh, Aunt Polly," choked Pollyanna. "Why, I thought you'd be glad to have him here." Miss Polly raised her hand with a peremptory gesture of silence. The good and kind of the boy's words were still ringing in her ears, and the old helplessness was almost upon her. She knew. "Pollyanna," she cried sharply, "will you stop using that everlasting word glad? It's glad from morning till night until I think I'll go mad." "Why, Aunt Polly, I thought you'd be glad too, oh!" She broke off, clapping her hand to her lips and hurrying blindly from the room. Before the boy had reached the end of the driveway, Pollyanna overtook him. "Jimmy Bean, I want you to know how sorry I am," she panted, catching him with a detaining hand. "There's nothing to be sorry." "I'm not blaming you," retorted the boy, sullenly. "But I'm not a beggar," he added, with sudden spirit. "Of course, you aren't. But you mustn't blame my auntie. Probably I didn't do the introducing right, and I didn't tell her much about you. She is good and kind, really, but I probably didn't explain it right. I wish I could find some place for you, though." The boy shrugged his shoulders and turned away. "Never mind. I guess I can find one myself." Pollyanna frowned thoughtfully. All of a sudden, she turned her brightened face to him. "I'll tell you what I will do. The Ladies' Aid meets this afternoon. I heard Aunt Polly say so. I'll lay your case before them. That's what Father always did, when he wanted anything." "Well, what is this Ladies' Aid?" Pollyanna stared in shocked disapproval. "Why, it's just a lot of ladies who meet and sew and give suppers and raise money and talk. They're awfully kind, that is, back home. I haven't seen the Ladies' Aid here, but they're always good, I reckon. I'm going to tell them about you this afternoon. You think I'm going to stand and hear a whole lot of women call me a beggar, instead of just one? No way. Oh, but you wouldn't be there, argued Pollyanna, quickly. I'll go alone, of course, and tell them. And there'll be some of them, I know, who would be glad to give you a home. I'll work, don't forget to say that. Of course not, promised Pollyanna, happily. Then I'll let you know tomorrow. By the road, where I found you today, near Mrs. Snow's house. All right. I'll be there. I'm sure, tomorrow I'll have a home and family for you. Goodbye, she called brightly, as she turned back toward the house. At the window of the sitting room at that moment, Miss Polly, who had been watching the two children, followed with somber eyes the boy until a bend of the road hid him from sight. Then she sighed, turned, and walked listlessly upstairs. In her ears there still was the boy's scornful "You are so good and kind." In her heart there was a curious sense of desolation as of something lost. Dinner, which came at noon in the Harrington homestead, was a silent meal on the day of the Ladies' Aid meeting. Pollyanna tried to talk, but she did not make a success of it, because 4 times she was obliged to break off the word glad in the middle of it. The 5th time it happened, Miss Polly moved her head wearily. Well, child, say it, if you want to, she sighed. Pollyanna's little face cleared. Oh, thank you. I'm afraid it would be pretty hard not to say it. You see, I've played it so long. You've, what? Demanded Aunt Polly. Played it, the game, you know, that father. Pollyanna stopped with a painful blush at finding herself so soon again on forbidden ground. Aunt Polly frowned and said nothing. The rest of the meal was a silent one. Pollyanna was not sorry to hear Aunt Polly tell the minister's wife over the telephone, a little later, that she would not be at the Ladies' Aid meeting that afternoon because of a headache. She could not forget that Aunt Polly had called Jimmy Ben a little beggar, and she did not want Aunt Polly to call him that before the Ladies' Aid. Pollyanna knew that the Ladies' Aid met at 2 o'clock in the chapel next to the church, half a mile from home. She planned her going so that she could get there a little before 3. I want them all to be there, she said to herself, or else the very one that wasn't there might be the one who would want to give Jimmy Ben a home. And, of course, 2 o'clock always means 3, really, to Ladies' Aiders. Quietly, but with confident courage, Pollyanna ascended the chapel steps, pushed open the door and entered the vestibule. A soft sound of feminine chatter and laughter came from the main room. Hesitating only a brief moment, Pollyanna pushed open one of the inner doors. the chatter dropped to a surprised hush. Pollyanna advanced a little timidly. Now that the time had come, she felt unusually shy. "How do you do, Lady Saters?" she asked politely. "I'm Pollyanna Whittier. I reckon some of you know me, maybe." The silence could almost be felt now. Some of the ladies knew this rather extraordinary niece of their fellow member, and nearly all had heard of her, but not one of them could think of anything to say, just then. "Did your aunt send you, my dear?" asked Mrs. Ford, the minister's wife. Pollyanna colored a little. "Oh, number. I came all by myself." "Yes, dear." "What is it?" "Well, it's Jimmy Bean," sighed Pollyanna. "He hasn't any home except the orphan one, and they're full, and don't want him, anyhow, he thinks. So, he wants another that has a mother instead of a matron in it and some folks. He's 10 years old. I thought some of you might like him, to live with you, you know." A dazed pause followed Pollyanna's words. With anxious eyes Pollyanna swept the circle of faces about her. "Oh, I forgot to say, he will work," she added eagerly. Still there was silence, then, coldly, one or two women began to question her. When they all had the story, the ladies began to talk among themselves, animatedly. Many ladies talked then, and several of them talked all at once, and even more loudly and more unpleasantly than before. It seemed that their society was famous for its offering to Hindu missions. It was all very confusing, and not quite pleasant. Pollyanna was glad, indeed, when at last she found herself outside in the sweet air, only she was very sorry. She knew it was not going to be easy to tell Jimmy Ben tomorrow that the ladies' aid had decided that they would rather spend all their money to bring up the little India boys than to save out enough to bring up one little boy in their own town, for which they would not get a bit of credit in the report. Chapter 7. Pollyanna had not turned her steps toward home when she left the chapel. She had turned them, instead, toward Pendleton Hill. It had been a hard day, and Pollyanna was sure that nothing would do her so much good as a walk through the green quiet of Pendleton Woods. Up Pendleton Hill she climbed steadily, despite the warm sun on her back. It was beautiful in the Pendleton Woods, as Pollyanna knew by experience. But today it seemed even more delightful than ever. Suddenly Pollyanna lifted her head and listened. A dog had barked some distance ahead. A moment later he came dashing toward her, still barking. "Hello, doggy, hello." Pollyanna snapped her fingers at the dog and looked expectantly down the path. She had seen the dog once before. He had been in with the man, Mr. John Pendleton. She was looking now, hoping to see him, but he did not appear. Then she turned her attention toward the dog, who was acting strangely. He was still barking, giving little short, sharp yelps, as if of alarm. He was running back and forth, too, in the path ahead. Soon they reached a side path, and down this the little dog flew, whining and barking. "That isn't the way home," laughed Pollyanna, still keeping to the main path. The little dog seemed frantic now. He ran back and forth, between Pollyanna and the side path, barking and whining pitifully. Every movement of his little body, and every glance from his beseeching brown eyes were eloquent with appeal, so eloquent that at last Pollyanna understood, turned, and followed him. The little dog dashed madly straight ahead, and it was not long before Pollyanna came upon the reason for it all. A man was lying motionless at the foot of a steep mass of rock a few yards from the side path. A twig cracked sharply under Pollyanna's foot, and the man turned his head. With a cry of dismay, Pollyanna ran to his side. "Mr. Pendleton." "Oh, are you hurt?" "Hurt? Oh, no. I'm just having a rest in the sunshine," snapped the man irritably. Pollyanna caught her breath with a little gasp. The man smiled grimly. There, child, I beg your pardon, it's only this confounded leg of mine. Now listen." He paused, and with some difficulty reached his hand into his trousers pocket and brought out a bunch of keys. "My house is straight through the path there, about 5 minutes' walk. This key will admit you to the side door under the porte-cochere. Do you know what a porte-cochere is?" "Oh, yes, sir. Auntie has one with a sun parlor over it." "Oh. Well, when you get into the house, go straight through the vestibule and halt to the door at the end. On the big, flat-topped desk in the middle of the room you'll find a telephone. Do you know how to use a telephone?" "Oh, yes, sir. Look up Dr. Thomas Chilton's number on the card you'll find somewhere around there. You know what a telephone card is, I suppose?" "Oh, yes, sir. Tell Dr. Chilton that John Pendleton is at the foot of the Eagle Hill in Pendleton Woods with a broken leg, and to come at once with a stretcher and 2 men. He'll know what to do besides that. Tell him to come by the path from the house." "A broken leg? Oh, Mr. Pendleton, how awful!" shuddered Pollyanna. "But I'm so glad I came." "Can't I do dash yes, you can. Will you go and do what I ask and stop talking?" moaned the man, faintly. And, with a little sobbing cry, Pollyanna went. It was not long before she came in sight of the house. She had seen it before, though never so near as this. She was almost frightened now at the massiveness of the great pile of gray stone with its pillared verandas and its imposing entrance. Pausing only a moment, however, she sped across the big neglected lawn and around the house to the side door under the porte-cochere. Her fingers, stiff from their tight clutch upon the keys, were unskillful in their efforts to turn the bolt in the lock, but at last the heavy, carved door swung slowly back on its hinges. Pollyanna caught her breath. In spite of her feeling of haste, she paused a moment and looked fearfully through the vestibule to the wide, somber hall beyond. This was John Pendleton's house, the house of mystery, the house into which no one but its master entered. Yet Pollyanna was expected to enter alone these fearsome rooms, and telephone the doctor. With a little cry, Pollyanna ran through the hall to the door at the end and opened it. The room was large and somber like the hall, but through the west window the sun threw a long shaft of gold across the floor, gleamed on the brass andirons in the fireplace, and touched the nickel of the telephone on the great desk in the middle of the room. Pollyanna hurriedly tiptoed to this desk. The telephone card was not on its hook. It was on the floor. But Pollyanna found it, and ran her shaking forefinger down through the C's to Chilton. Soon she had Dr. Chilton himself at the other end of the wires, and was delivering her message and answering the doctor's terse questions. Then she hung up the receiver and drew a long breath of relief. Soon Pollyanna was back in the woods at the man's side. "Well, what is the trouble? Couldn't you get in?" he demanded. "Why, of course I could," she answered. "And the doctor will be right up just as soon as possible with the men and things. He said he knew just where you were, so I didn't stay to show him. I wanted to be with you." "Did you?" smiled the man, grimly. "Well, I think you might find pleasanter companions." "Do you mean, because you're so cross?" "Thanks for your frankness." "Yes." Pollyanna laughed softly. "But you're only cross outside. You aren't cross inside a bit." "How do you know that?" asked the man, trying to change the position of his head without moving the rest of his body. "Oh, lots of ways. Like the way you act with the dog," she said, pointing to his hand that rested on the dog's head near him. "It's funny how dogs and cats know the insides of folks better than other folks do, isn't it? Now, I'm going to hold your head," she finished abruptly. The man winced several times and groaned softly, but in the end, he found Pollyanna's lap a very nice substitute for the rocky hollow in which his head had lain before. "Well, that is better," he murmured faintly. He did not speak again for some time. Pollyanna, watching his face, wondered if he was asleep. He looked as if his lips were shut to keep back moans of pain. Pollyanna herself almost cried aloud as she looked at his great, strong body lying there so helpless. Minute by minute the time passed. The sun dropped lower in the west and the shadows grew deeper under the trees. Pollyanna sat still and didn't seem to breathe. At last, the dog pricked up his ears and gave a short, sharp bark. The next moment Pollyanna heard voices, and very soon she saw 3 men carrying a stretcher. A smooth-shaven, kind-eyed man whom Pollyanna knew by sight as Dr. Chilton advanced cheerily. "Well, my little lady, are you playing nurse?" "Oh, no, sir," smiled Pollyanna. "I've only held his head. I haven't given him any medicine. But I'm glad I was here." "So am I," nodded the doctor, as he turned his attention to the injured man. Pollyanna was a little late for supper because of the accident to John Pendleton, but she escaped without reproof. Nancy met her at the door. "Well, I am glad you've come home," she sighed in obvious relief. "It's 6:30. "I know it," admitted Pollyanna anxiously, "but I'm not to blame. And I don't think even Aunt Polly will say I am, either." "She won't have any chance," retorted Nancy, with huge satisfaction. "She's gone. Her cousin died suddenly in Boston, and she had to go. She won't be back for 3 days. Now I'm glad we'll be keeping house together, just you and me, all that time." Pollyanna looked shocked. "Glad? Oh, Nancy, when it's a funeral." "Oh, but it isn't the funeral I am glad for, Miss Pollyanna. It's—" Nancy stopped abruptly. A shrewd twinkle came into her eyes. "Why, Miss Pollyanna, isn't it you who taught me to play the game?" she reproached her gravely. Pollyanna frowned and argued with a shake of her head, "There are some things that should not be played the game on, and I'm sure a funeral is one of them. There's nothing in a funeral to be glad about." Then she began to tell her about the accident, and in a moment Nancy, open-mouthed, was listening. The next afternoon, Pollyanna met Jimmy Ben at the appointed place according to agreement. As was to be expected, of course, Jimmy showed keen disappointment that the ladies' aide preferred a little India boy to himself. "Well, maybe it is natural," he sighed. "Of course, things you don't know about are always nicer than things you do, same as the potato on the other side of the plate is always the biggest. But wouldn't it be just great, now, if only somebody over in India wanted me?" Pollyanna clapped her hands. "Why, of course. I'll write to my ladies' aiders about you. They aren't over in India, they're only out west, but that's awful far away, just the same." Jimmy's face brightened. "Do you think they would take me?" he asked. Of course, they would. Don't they take little boys in India to bring up? I reckon you're far enough away to make a report, all right. You wait. I'll write to Mrs. White. No, I'll write to Mrs. Jones. Mrs. White has got the most money, but Mrs. Jones gives the most. I reckon some of the aiders will take you. All right, but don't forget to say I'll work for my board and keep, put in Jimmy. I'm not a beggar, and business is business, even with ladies' aiders, I think. Of course, nodded Pollyanna emphatically. They'll take you, I'm sure you're far enough away for that. It was about a week after the accident in Pendleton Woods that Pollyanna said to her aunt one morning, "Aunt Polly, please, would you mind if I took Mrs. Snow's calf's foot jelly this week to someone else? I'm sure Mrs. Snow wouldn't mind it this once." "Dear me, Pollyanna, what are you up to now?" sighed her aunt. "Nothing, Aunt Polly, truly, that you would mind, I'm sure. You let me take jelly to her, so I thought you would to him, this once. You see, broken legs aren't like lifelong invalids, so his won't last forever as Mrs. Snow's does, and she can have all the rest of the things after just once or twice." "Him? He? Broken leg? What are you talking about, Pollyanna?" "Oh, I forgot. You see, it happened while you were gone. It was the very day you went that I found him in the woods, you know, and I had to unlock his house and telephone for the men and the doctor, and hold his head, and everything. And of course, then I came away and haven't seen him since. But when Nancy made the jelly for Mrs. Snow this week, I thought how nice it would be if I could take it to him instead of her, just this once. Aunt Polly, may I?" "Yes, I suppose so," agreed Miss Polly, a little wearily. "Who did you say he was?" "The man. I mean, Mr. John Pendleton." Miss Polly almost sprang from her chair. "John Pendleton. Yes, Nancy told me his name. Maybe you know him." "Do you know him?" Pollyanna nodded. "Oh, yes. He always speaks and smiles, now. He's only cross outside, you know." "I'll go and get the jelly," finished Pollyanna, already halfway across the room. "Pollyanna, wait." Miss Polly's voice was suddenly very stern. "I've changed my mind. I would like Mrs. Snow to have that jelly today, as usual. That is all. You may go now." Pollyanna's face fell. "Oh, but Aunt Polly, she can always be sick and have things, you know, but he has just a broken leg." "Why, yes, I remember. I heard Mr. John Pendleton had met with an accident, said Miss Polly, a little stiffly, but I do not care about John Pendleton, Pollyanna. I know, he is cross outside, admitted Pollyanna, sadly, so I suppose you don't like him. But I wouldn't say you sent it. I'd say it's me. I like him. I'd be glad to send him jelly. Miss Polly began to shake her head again. Then, suddenly, she stopped, and asked in a curiously quiet voice, "Does he know who you are, Pollyanna?" The little girl sighed. "I don't think so. I told him my name, once, but he never calls me it, never." "Does he know where you live?" "Oh, number." "I never told him that." "Then he doesn't know you're my niece." "I don't think so." For a moment there was silence. Miss Polly was looking at Pollyanna with eyes that did not seem to see her at all. The little girl, shifting impatiently from one small foot to the other, sighed. "Very well, Pollyanna," Miss Polly said at last, still in a queer voice, "you may take the jelly to Mr. Pendleton as your own gift. But remember, I do not send it. Be very sure that he does not think I do." "Thank you, Aunt Polly," exulted Pollyanna, as she flew through the door. Chapter 8. The great gray mansion looked very different to Pollyanna when she made her second visit to the house of Mr. John Pendleton. Windows were open, an elderly woman was hanging out clothes in the backyard, and the doctor's gig stood under the porte-cochere. Pollyanna went to the side door and rang the bell. A familiar-looking small dog greeted her before the woman who had been hanging out the clothes opened the door. "I've brought some calf's foot jelly for Mr. Pendleton," smiled Pollyanna. "Thank you," said the woman, reaching for the bowl in the little girl's hand. "Who shall I say sent it?" The doctor, coming into the hall at that moment, heard the woman's words and saw the disappointed look on Pollyanna's face. He stepped quickly forward. "Ah! Some calf's foot jelly?" he asked warmly. "That will be fine. Maybe you'd like to see our patient?" "Oh, yes, sir," beamed Pollyanna, and the woman, in obedience to a nod from the doctor, led the way down the hall at once, though with great surprise on her face. Behind the doctor, a young man, a trained nurse from the nearest city, gave a disturbed exclamation. "But, doctor, didn't Mr. Pendleton give orders not to admit anyone?" "Oh, yes," nodded the doctor, calmly. "But I'm giving orders now. I'll take the risk." Then he added, "You don't know, of course, but that little girl is better than a bottle of tonic. That's why I sent her in." "Who is she?" "She's the niece of one of our best-known residents. Her name is Pollyanna Whittier, And what are the special ingredients of this wonder-working tonic of hers? The doctor shook his head. I don't know. As far as I can understand, it is an overwhelming, unquenchable gladness for everything that has happened or is going to happen. At any rate, just being glad is the essence of most of her quaint speeches. I wish I could prescribe her, and buy her, as I would a box of pills, he laughed. Pollyanna, meanwhile, in accordance with the doctor's orders, was going to John Pendleton's rooms. Soon Pollyanna found herself in a sumptuously furnished bedroom while the maid was saying in a frightened voice, "If you please, sir, here's a little girl with some jelly. The doctor said I was to bring her in." The next moment Pollyanna found herself alone with a very cross-looking man lying flat on his back in bed. "Now, didn't I say," began an angry voice. "Oh, it's you." It broke off, as Pollyanna advanced toward the bed. "Yes, sir," smiled Pollyanna. "Oh, I'm so glad they let me in. You see, at first the lady almost took my jelly, and I was so afraid I wasn't going to see you at all. Then the doctor came, and he said I might." The man's lips twitched into a smile, but all he said was "Humphrey." "And I've brought you some calf's foot jelly," resumed Pollyanna. "I hope you like it." "Never ate it." For a brief instant Pollyanna's face showed disappointment, but it cleared as she set the bowl of jelly down. "Didn't you? Well, if you didn't, then you can't know you don't like it, anyhow, can you? So I think I'm glad you haven't, after all. Now, if you knew well, there's one thing I know all right, and that is that I'm flat on my back right here this minute, and that I'm going to stay here, till doomsday, I guess." Pollyanna looked shocked. "Oh, no. It couldn't be till doomsday, you know, unless it should come quicker than we think it will. Oh, of course, I know the Bible says it may come quicker than we think, but I don't think it will. That is, of course I believe the Bible, but dash." John Pendleton laughed aloud suddenly. The nurse, coming in at that moment, heard the laugh, and beat a hurried retreat. He looked like a frightened cook who hastily shuts the oven door to prevent cold air from spoiling a half-done cake. The little girl laughed, too. "What I mean is, that broken legs don't last like lifelong invalids, same as Mrs. Snow has got. So yours won't last till doomsday at all. I think you could be glad of that." "Oh, I am," retorted the man grimly. "And you can be glad it wasn't too." "Of course." "So fortunate," sniffed the man, looking at it from this standpoint. "I suppose I might be glad I wasn't a centipede and didn't break 50. Pollyanna chuckled. "Oh, I know what a centipede is, they've got lots of legs. And you can be glad Dasho, of course, interrupted the man, sharply, all the old bitterness coming back to his voice. I can be glad, too, for all the rest, I suppose, the nurse, and the doctor, and that confounded woman in the kitchen. Why, yes, sir, only think how bad it would be if you didn't have them. Yes, because I am lying here like this, retorted the man, testily. And yet you expect me to say I'm glad because of a fool woman who disarranges the whole house and calls it regulating, and a man who helps her in it, and calls it nursing, to say nothing of the doctor, and the whole bunch of them expecting me to pay them for it, and pay them well, too. Pollyanna frowned sympathetically. Yes, I know. It is too bad. I mean the money, when you've been saving it, too, all this time. Look here, child, what are you talking about? Pollyanna smiled radiantly. About your money, you know, denying yourself, and saving it for the heathen. You see, I found out about it. Nancy told me. The man's jaw dropped. Nancy told you I was saving money for the, well, may I inquire who Nancy is? Our Nancy. She works for Aunt Polly. Miss Polly Harrington. I live with her. The man made a sudden movement. Miss Polly Harrington. He breathed. You live with her? Yes, I'm her niece. She's taken me to bring up, faltered Pollyanna, in a low voice. My mother was her sister. And after Father went to be with her and the rest of us in heaven, there wasn't anyone left for me down here but the Ladies' Aid, so she took me. The man did not answer, and closed his eyes. His face was very white, so white that Pollyanna was frightened. She rose uncertainly to her feet. Maybe I'd better go now, she proposed. I hope you'll like the jelly. The man turned his head suddenly, and opened his eyes. So, you are Miss Polly Harrington's niece, he said gently. Yes, sir, she murmured. I suppose you know her. John Pendleton's lips curved in an odd smile. Oh, yes, I know her. He hesitated, and then went on, still with that curious smile. But you don't mean that it was Miss Polly Harrington who sent that jelly to me? Pollyanna looked distressed. And no, sir, she didn't. She said I must be very sure not to let you think she did send it. But I thought as much, said the man, turning away his head. And Pollyanna, still more distressed, tiptoed from the room. Under the porte-cochere she found the doctor waiting in his gig. The nurse stood on the steps. Well, Miss Pollyanna, May I have the pleasure of seeing you home? Asked the doctor smilingly. Thank you, sir. I just love to ride, beamed Pollyanna, as he reached out his hand to help her in. Do you? Smiled the doctor, nodding his head in farewell to the young man on the steps. Well, as far as I can judge, there are a lot of things you love to do, he added, as they drove away. Pollyanna laughed. Why, I don't know. I reckon perhaps there are, she admitted. I like to do almost everything that's living. Of course, I don't like the other things very much, sewing, and reading out loud, and all that. They aren't living. No? What are they, then? Aunt Polly says they're learning to live, sighed Pollyanna, with a rueful smile. Does she? Well, I think she might say just that. Yes, responded Pollyanna. But I don't see it that way at all. I don't think you have to learn how to live. I didn't, anyhow. The doctor drew a long sigh. After all, I'm afraid some of us do have to, little girl, he said. Then, for a time he was silent. Pollyanna, stealing a glance at his face, felt a bit sorry for him. He looked so sad. Dr. Chilton, she said in a timid voice, I think being a doctor is the very gladdest kind of a business. The doctor turned in surprise. Gladdest. I see so much suffering always, everywhere I go, he cried. She nodded. I know, but you're helping it, don't you see? And of course, you're glad to help it. And so that makes you the gladdest of any of us, all the time. God bless you, little girl, Doctor said unsteadily. Then, with the bright smile his patients knew and loved so well, he added, and I'm thinking, after all, that it was the doctor, quite as much as his patients, that needed a draught of that tonic. His words puzzled Pollyanna very much, but then a chipmunk, running across the road, drove the whole matter from her mind. The doctor left Pollyanna at her own door, smiled at Nancy, who was sweeping off the front porch, then drove rapidly away. Pollyanna found her aunt in the sitting room. Who was that man, the one who drove into the yard, Pollyanna? Questioned the lady a little sharply. Why, Aunt Polly, that was Dr. Chilton. Don't you know him? Dr. Chilton. What was he doing here? He drove me home. Oh, and I gave the jelly to Mr. Pendleton, and Miss Polly lifted her head quickly. Pollyanna, he did not think I sent it? Oh, no, Aunt Polly. I told him you didn't. Suddenly Miss Polly grew pink. You told him I didn't. Pollyanna opened wide her eyes at the remonstrative dismay in her aunt's voice. "Why, Aunt Polly, you said to." Aunt Polly sighed. "I said, Pollyanna, that you should be very sure that he did not think I sent it, which is a very different matter from telling him outright that I did not send it." And she turned discontentedly away. "Dear me. Well, I don't see the difference," sighed Pollyanna. On a rainy day about a week after Pollyanna's visit to Mr. John Pendleton, Miss Polly was driven by Timothy to an early afternoon committee meeting of the Ladies' Aid Society. When she returned at 3 o'clock, her cheeks were pink, and her hair, blown by the damp wind, had fluffed into curls. Pollyanna had never before seen her aunt look like this. "Oh! Why, Aunt Polly, you've got them, too," she cried rapturously, dancing round and round her aunt. "Got what, you impossible child?" Pollyanna was still revolving round and round her aunt. "And I never knew you had them!" she cried, pulling out with eager fingers the straight locks above her ears. "Pollyanna, what does all this mean?" demanded Aunt Polly, hurriedly removing her hat, and trying to smooth back her disordered hair. "No, please, Aunt Polly. Don't smooth them out. I'm talking about those darling little black curls." "Oh, Aunt Polly, they're so pretty." "Nonsense. What do you mean, Pollyanna, by going to the Ladies' Aid the other day in that absurd fashion about that beggar boy?" "But it isn't nonsense," urged Pollyanna, answering only the first of her aunt's remarks. "You don't know how pretty you look with your hair like that." "Pollyanna, you did not answer my question. Why did you go to the Ladies' Aid in that absurd fashion?" "When the ladies told me this afternoon how you came to them, I was so ashamed." At that moment Miss Polly caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror. She saw a face, not young, it is true, but just now alight with excitement and surprise. The cheeks were pink, the eyes sparkled. The hair, dark, and still damp from the outdoor air, lay in loose waves about the forehead and curved back over the ears in wonderful lines, with soft little curls here and there. For one dazed moment Miss Polly looked at herself, and at her surroundings, then she gave a low cry and fled to her room. Pollyanna, following the direction of her aunt's last dismayed gaze, saw, through the open windows, the horse and gig turning into the driveway. She recognized at once the man who held the reins. "Dr. Chilton, Dr. Chilton. Did you want to see me?" "I'm here." "Yes," smiled the doctor, a little gravely. "Will you come down, please? Mr. John Pendleton would like to see you today, so I drove down after you. Will you come? I'll call for you and bring you back before 6 o'clock." I'd love to!" exclaimed Pollyanna. "Let me ask Aunt Polly." In a few moments she returned, hat in hand, but with rather a sober face. "Didn't your aunt want you to go?" asked the doctor, a little diffidently, as they drove away. "Why, yes," sighed Pollyanna. "She wanted me to go too much, I'm afraid. I reckon she meant she didn't want me there. You see, she said, 'Yes, yes, run along, run along.' I wish you'd gone before." The doctor smiled, but with his lips only. His eyes were very grave. For some time, he said nothing, then, a little hesitatingly, he asked, "Wasn't it your aunt I saw with you a few minutes ago in the window?" Pollyanna drew a long breath. "Yes." "Don't you think she looked just lovely?" For a moment the doctor did not answer. When he spoke, his voice was so low Pollyanna could hardly hear the words. "Yes, Pollyanna, I think she looked just lovely." "Do you? I'm so glad." "I'll tell her," nodded the little girl, contentedly. To her surprise the doctor gave a sudden exclamation. "Never." "Pollyanna, I'm afraid I have to ask you not to tell her that." "Why, Dr. Chilton?" "Why not?" "I thought you'd be glad but she might not be," cut in the doctor. Pollyanna considered this for a moment. "That's so, maybe she wouldn't," she sighed. The doctor said nothing. He did not speak again until they came up to the great stone house in which John Pendleton lay with a broken leg. Chapter 9. John Pendleton greeted Pollyanna with a smile. "Well, Miss Pollyanna, you must be a very forgiving little person, or else you wouldn't have come to see me again today." "Why, Mr. Pendleton, I was glad to come, and I don't see why I shouldn't be, either." "Oh, well, you know, I was pretty cross with you, I'm afraid, both the other day when you brought me the jelly, and when you found me with a broken leg. By the way, I've never thanked you for that." Pollyanna stirred uneasily. "But I was glad to find you, that is, I don't mean I was glad your leg was broken, of course," she corrected hurriedly. John Pendleton smiled. "I understand. I'm thankful to you, and I consider you a very brave little girl. I thank you for the jelly, too," he added in a lighter voice. "Did you like it?" asked Pollyanna with interest. "Very much." John Pendleton was not smiling now. He was looking straight ahead of him with unseeing eyes. After a time, he drew a long sigh and turned to Pollyanna. "Listen. In the library you will find a carved box on the lower shelf of the big case with glass doors in the corner not far from the fireplace. bring it to me. It is heavy, but not too heavy for you to carry, I think." "Oh, I'm awfully strong," declared Pollyanna, cheerfully, as she sprang to her feet. In a minute she had returned with the box. It was a wonderful half-hour that Pollyanna spent then. The box was full of treasures, curios that John Pendleton had picked up in years of travel, and concerning each there was some entertaining story. Pollyanna and John Pendleton talked not only about wonderful things in the beautiful carved box. They talked of Pollyanna herself and of her daily life, of Nancy and of Aunt Polly. They talked even of the life and home long ago in the far western town. It was nearly time for her to go when the man said in a voice Pollyanna had never before heard from stern John Pendleton, "Little girl, I want you to come to see me often. Will you? I'm lonesome, and I need you. There's another reason, and I'm going to tell you that, too. I thought, at first, after I found out who you were, that I didn't want you to come anymore. You reminded me of something I tried to forget. So I said to myself that I never wanted to see you again. But it made me remember all the more vividly the thing I wanted to forget. So now I want you to come. Will you, little girl?" "Why, yes, Mr. Pendleton," breathed Pollyanna with sympathy for the sad-faced man. "I'd love to come." "Thank you," said John Pendleton, gently. After supper that evening, Pollyanna, sitting on the back porch, told Nancy all about Mr. John Pendleton's wonderful carved box, and the still more wonderful things it contained. "He said you reminded him of something he wanted to forget?" asked Nancy, excitedly. "He didn't tell me. He just said it was something." "The mystery," breathed Nancy, in an awestruck voice. "That's why he took to you." "Oh, Miss Pollyanna, I know," she exulted rapturously. "Now think and answer straight and true. It was after he found out you were Miss Polly's niece that he said he didn't want to see you again, wasn't it?" "Oh, yes." "And Miss Polly wouldn't send the jelly herself, would she?" "Number." "And you told him she didn't send it?" "Why, yes, Nancy drew a long sigh. "Then I've got it. Mr. John Pendleton was Miss Polly Harrington's lover," she announced impressively, but with a furtive glance over her shoulder. "Why, Nancy, he couldn't be." "She doesn't like him," objected Pollyanna. Nancy gave her a scornful glance. "Of course, she doesn't. That's the quarrel." Pollyanna still looked incredulous, and with another long breath Nancy happily started telling the story. "It's like this. Just before you came, Mr. Tom told me Miss Polly had had a lover once. I didn't believe it. But Mr. Tom said she had, and that he was living now right in this town. And now I know, of course. It's John Pendleton. Didn't he act strangely when he found out you were Miss Polly's niece? And didn't he own up that you remind him of something he wants to forget? Why, Miss Pollyanna, it's as plain as the nose on your face. "Oh," breathed Pollyanna, in wide-eyed amazement. But, Nancy, if they loved each other, they'd be glad to make up. Nancy chuckled. I guess you don't know much about lovers, Miss Pollyanna. There isn't much chance for them to make up, to say nothing of playing your glad game about it. Pollyanna said nothing, but when she went into the house a little later, her face was very thoughtful. As the warm August days passed, Pollyanna went very frequently to the great house on Pendleton Hill. She did not feel, however, that her visits were really a success. The man didn't seem any happier for her presence, at least, so Pollyanna thought. He talked to her, and he showed her many strange and beautiful things, books, pictures, and curios. But he still fretted over his own helplessness, and the rules and regulating of the unwelcome members of his household. He seemed to like to hear Pollyanna talk, however, and Pollyanna talked, but she often looked up and found him lying back on his pillow with that white, hurt look that always pained her. As for telling him the glad game, and trying to get him to play it, Pollyanna had never seen the proper time yet when he would care to hear about it. She had twice tried to tell him, but whenever she started speaking about her father, John Pendleton turned the conversation abruptly to another subject. Pollyanna had no doubts now that John Pendleton was her Aunt Polly's one-time lover, and with all the strength of her loving, loyal heart, she wished she could in some way bring happiness into their miserably lonely lives. She talked to Mr. Pendleton about her aunt, and he listened, sometimes politely, sometimes irritably, often with a quizzical smile on his usually stern lips. She talked to her aunt about Mr. Pendleton. As a rule, however, Miss Polly would not listen long. She always found something else to talk about. She frequently did that, however, when Pollyanna was talking of others, of Dr. Chilton, for instance. Aunt Polly seemed particularly bitter against Dr. Chilton, as Pollyanna found out one day when a hard cold shut her up in the house. If you are not better by night, I'll send for the doctor, Aunt Polly said. Will you? Then I'm going to be worse, smiled Pollyanna. I'd love to see Dr. Chilton. Dr. Chilton is not our family physician, Miss Polly said sternly. I will send for Dr. Warren if you are worse. Pollyanna did not grow worse, however, and Dr. Warren was not summoned. It was toward the end of August that Pollyanna, making an early morning call on John Pendleton, found the flaming band of blue and gold and green edged with red and violet lying across his pillow. She stopped short in awed delight. "Why, Mr. Pendleton, a real rainbow came in to pay you a visit!" she exclaimed, clapping her hands together softly. "Oh, how pretty it is! But how did it get in?" The man laughed a little grimly. John Pendleton was particularly out of sorts with the world this morning. "Well, I suppose it got in through the beveled edge of that glass thermometer in the window," he said wearily. "Oh, but it's so pretty, Mr. Pendleton." "And does just the sun do that?" breathed Pollyanna with her fascinated eyes on the brilliant band of colors across the pillow. The man laughed. He was watching Pollyanna's rapt face a little curiously. Suddenly a new thought came to him. He touched the bell at his side and asked the maid to bring him one of the big brass candlesticks from the mantel in the drawing room. When the maid returned, a musical tinkling entered the room with her as she advanced toward the bed. It came from the prism pendants encircling the old-fashioned candelabrum in her hand. "Thank you. Now get a string and fasten it to the window there straight across it from side to side," directed the man. "Thank you," he said, when she had carried out his directions, and turned his smiling eyes toward Pollyanna. "Bring me the candlestick now, please, Pollyanna." With both hands she brought it, and in a moment he was slipping off the pendants, one by one, until a dozen of them lay, side by side, on the bed. "Now, my dear, hook them to the string fixed across the window." When her task was finished, Pollyanna stepped back with a low cry of delight. The bedroom had become a fairyland. There were bits of dancing red and green, violet and orange, gold and blue everywhere. The wall, the floor, and the furniture, even the bed itself, were aflame with shimmering bits of color. "Oh, how lovely!" breathed Pollyanna. "The sun himself is trying to play the game now," she cried, forgetting for the moment that Mr. Pendleton could not know what she was talking about. "Oh, I forgot, you don't know about the game." "Well, tell me about it, then." And this time Pollyanna told him the whole thing from the very first, from the crutches that should have been a doll. "And that's all," she sighed, when she had finished. "Now you know why I said the sun was trying to play that game." For a moment there was silence. Then a low voice from the bed said unsteadily, "I think that the finest prism of all is you, Pollyanna." There were tears in the man's eyes. "Oh, but I don't show beautiful red and green and purple when the sun shines through me, Mr. Pendleton. I'm afraid, the sun doesn't make anything but freckles out of me. Aunt Polly says so." The man laughed a little, and the laugh sounded almost like a sob. Chapter 10. Pollyanna entered school in September. Preliminary examinations shows that she was well advanced for a girl of her years, and she was soon a happy member of a class of girls and boys her own age. School, in some ways, was a surprise to Pollyanna, and Pollyanna, certainly, in many ways, was very much of a surprise to school. They were soon on the best of terms, however, and to her Aunt Pollyanna confessed that going to school was living, after all, though she had had some doubts before. In spite of her delight in her new work, Pollyanna did not forget her old friends. True, she could not give them quite so much time now, of course. Perhaps John Pendleton was the most dissatisfied of them all. One Saturday afternoon he spoke to her about it. "Pollyanna, would you like to come and live with me?" he asked, a little impatiently. "I don't see anything of you, nowadays." "I thought you didn't like to have folks around," she said. "Oh, but that was before you taught me to play that wonderful game of yours." "Will you come?" Pollyanna looked distressed. "Why, Mr. Pendleton, I can't, you know I can't." "Why, I'm Aunt Polly's." "Perhaps she would let you come to me." "Would you come if she did?" Pollyanna frowned in deep thought. "But Aunt Polly has been so good to me," she began slowly, "and she took me when I didn't have anybody left but the Ladies' Aid, and Pollyanna, many years ago I loved somebody very much. I hope to bring her, someday, to this house." I imagined how happy we could be together in our home all the long years to come. But I didn't bring her here. Never mind why. And ever since then this great gray pile of stone has been a house but never a home. It takes a woman's hand and heart, or a child's presence, to make a home, Pollyanna. Now will you come, my dear?" Pollyanna sprang to her feet. "Mr. Pendleton, you mean that you wish you had had that woman's hand and heart all this time?" Why, yes, Pollyanna." "Oh, I'm so glad." "Then it's all right," sighed the little girl. "Now you can take us both, and everything will be lovely." "Take you both?" repeated the man, dazedly. "Well, of course, Aunt Polly isn't won over, yet, but I'm sure she will be if you tell it to her just as you did to me." A look of actual terror showed in the man's eyes. "Aunt Polly here?" Pollyanna's eyes widened a little. "Would you rather go there?" she asked. "Of course, her house isn't quite so pretty, but it's nearer. Pollyanna, what are you talking about?" asked the man. "Why, about where we're going to live, of course," rejoined Pollyanna, in obvious surprise. You said it was here that you had wanted Aunt Polly's hand and heart all these years to make a home, and an inarticulate cry came from the man's throat. He raised his hand and began to speak, but the next moment he dropped his hand at his side. "The doctor, sir," said the maid in the doorway. Pollyanna rose at once. John Pendleton turned to her feverishly. "Pollyanna, for heaven's sake, say nothing of what I asked you yet," he begged, in a low voice. Pollyanna nodded and dimpled into a sunny smile. "Why, what's up?" demanded the doctor, a minute later, taking his patient's galloping pulse. A whimsical smile trembled on John Pendleton's lips. "Overdose of your tonic, I guess," he laughed, as he noted the doctor's eyes following Pollyanna's little figure down the driveway. Sunday mornings Pollyanna usually attended church and Sunday school. On the way home from Sunday school Dr. Chilton overtook her in his gig, and brought his horse to a stop. "Will you let me drive you home, Pollyanna?" he asked. "I was just driving out to your place to tell you," he went on, as Pollyanna settled herself at his side, "that Mr. Pendleton sent a special request for you to go to see him this afternoon. He says it's very important. But I'm not sure I'll let you, because you seemed more upsetting than soothing yesterday, young lady." Pollyanna laughed. "Oh, it wasn't me, truly. It was Aunt Polly." The doctor turned with a quick start. "Your aunt?" he exclaimed. "Yes. He said not to mention it, but he wouldn't mind your knowing, of course." He meant not to mention it to her. "Her?" "Yes, Aunt Polly. And, of course he wants to tell her himself. They are lovers." "Lovers?" "Yes," nodded Pollyanna, happily. "I didn't know it till Nancy told me. She said Aunt Polly had a lover years ago, and they quarreled. She didn't know who it was at first. But we've found out now. It's Mr. Pendleton." The doctor relaxed suddenly. "Oh. I didn't know," he said quietly. "Yes, and I'm so glad now. Mr. Pendleton asked me to come and live with him, but of course I wouldn't leave Aunt Polly like that after she had been so good to me. He wants to make up their quarrel, so everything will be all right now, and Aunt Polly and I will both go to live there, or else he'll come to live with us. Of course, Aunt Polly doesn't know yet, and we haven't got everything settled, so I suppose that is why he wanted to see me this afternoon, sure." The doctor sat suddenly erect. There was an odd smile on his lips. "Yes, I can well imagine that Mr. John Pendleton wants to see you, Pollyanna," he nodded, as he pulled his horse to a stop before the door. His lips suddenly lost their smile. Pollyanna found a very nervous John Pendleton waiting for her that afternoon. "Pollyanna," he began at once. "I've been trying all night to puzzle out what you meant speaking about my wanting your Aunt Polly's hand and heart here all those years. What did you mean?" "Why, because you were lovers once, and I was so glad you still felt that way." "Lovers? Your Aunt Polly and I?" "Why, Mr. Pendleton, Nancy said you were." The man gave a short little laugh. "Then you weren't lovers?" Pollyanna's voice was tragic with dismay. "Never." "Oh dear." "And it was all going so splendidly," almost sobbed Pollyanna. "I'd have been so glad to come with Aunt Polly." "And you won't now?" The man asked the question without turning his head. "Of course not. I'm Aunt Polly's." The man turned now, almost fiercely. "Before you were hers, Pollyanna, you were your mother's. And it was your mother's hand and heart that I wanted many years ago." "My mother's?" "Yes." John Pendleton's face had grown very white. He was speaking with evident difficulty. Pollyanna was gazing at him fixedly. "I loved your mother, but she didn't love me. And after a time she went away with your father." The whole world suddenly seemed to turn black under my fingers. For many years I have been a cross, irritable, unlovable and unloved old man, though I'm not nearly 60 yet. Then, one day, you danced into my life, and flecked my dreary old world with dashes of purple and gold and scarlet of your own bright cheeriness. I found out, after a time, who you were, and I thought then I never wanted to see you again. I didn't want to be reminded of your mother. And now I want you always. Pollyanna, won't you come now?" "But, Mr. Pendleton, there's Aunt Polly." Pollyanna's eyes were blurred with tears. "What about me? How can I be glad about anything without you? But if I had you for my own little girl, I'd be glad for anything, and I'd try to make you glad, too, my dear. All my money, to the last cent, will go to make you happy." Pollyanna looked shocked. "Aunt Polly has been so good to me," she began, but the man interrupted her sharply. The old irritability had come back to his face. "Of course, she's been good to you. But she doesn't want you half as much as I do," he contested. "Just ask her and see if she won't let you come," he finished brokenly. Pollyanna rose to her feet with a long sigh. "All right, I'll ask her," she said wistfully. "Of course, I don't mean that I wouldn't like to live here with you, Mr. Pendleton, but," she did not complete her sentence. There was a moment's silence, and then she added, "Well, anyhow, I'm glad I didn't tell her anything yesterday. I mentioned it only to the doctor, but of course he doesn't count." "The doctor!" cried John Pendleton, turning quickly. "Dr. Chilton? And what did he say?" he asked with sudden interest. "Why, I don't remember." "Oh, he said he could well imagine you really wanted to see me." "Oh, indeed," answered John Pendleton. And Pollyanna wondered why he gave that sudden queer little laugh. Chapter 11. The sky was darkening fast when Pollyanna hurried down the hill from John Pendleton's house. Halfway home she met Nancy with an umbrella. "Miss Polly wanted me to come with this. She was worried about you." "Oh," sighed Pollyanna. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare her." "Do you think Aunt Polly likes to have me here? Would she mind if I wasn't here anymore?" Nancy threw a quick look into the little girl's absorbed face. She had expected to be asked this question long before, and she had dreaded it because she couldn't answer it honestly without cruelly hurting the girl. But now Nancy only welcomed the question with open arms. She was sure that, with a clean conscience today, she could set the love-hungry little girl's heart at rest. "Would she miss you?" cried Nancy, indignantly. "Didn't she send me with an umbrella because she saw a little cloud in the sky? Didn't she make me carry your things downstairs, so you could have the pretty room you wanted?" "Why, Miss Pollyanna, she would miss you greatly." "Oh, Nancy, I'm so glad." "You don't know how glad I am that Aunt Polly wants me." Pollyanna knew that the task of telling John Pendleton of her decision would not be easy, and she dreaded it. She was very fond of John Pendleton, and she was very sorry for him and for the long, lonely life that had made him so unhappy, and she was sorry that it had been because of her mother, and her heart ached for his loneliness. Suddenly she sprang to her feet with a little cry of joy at the thought that had come to her. As soon as she could she hurried up the hill to John Pendleton's house, and in due time she found herself in the great dim library, with John Pendleton himself sitting near her, with his faithful little dog at his feet. "Well, Pollyanna, will you come and live with me all the rest of my life?" asked the man, gently. "And no, but, Aunt Polly did she refuse to let you come?" "I didn't ask her," stammered the little girl, miserably, and turned away her eyes. She could not meet the hurt, grieved gaze of her friend. "So, you didn't even ask her?" "I couldn't, sir, truly," faltered Pollyanna. "You see, Aunt Polly wants me with her, and I want to stay, too," she confessed bravely. "Oh, Mr. Pendleton, I can't leave Aunt Polly now." There was a long pause. Only the snapping of the wood fire in the grate broke the silence. At last, however, the man spoke. "No, Pollyanna, I see. You can't leave her now," he said. "I won't ask you again." The last word was so low it was almost inaudible, but Pollyanna heard. "Oh, but there's the very gladdest thing you can do," she reminded him eagerly. "You said only a woman's hand and heart or a child's presence could make a home. And I can get it for you, a child's presence. Not me, you know, but another one." "I wouldn't have any but you," resented an indignant voice. "But you are so kind and good. Why, think of the prisms and the gold pieces, and all that money you save for the heathen, and Pollyanna," interrupted the man, savagely. "Let's end that nonsense. I've tried to tell you half a dozen times before. There is no money for the heathen. I never sent a penny to them in my life." He lifted his chin to meet what he expected, the grieved disappointment of Pollyanna's eyes. To his amazement, however, there was neither grief nor disappointment in Pollyanna's eyes. There was only surprised joy. "Oh!" she cried, clapping her hands. "I'm so glad. That is, I don't mean that I'm not sorry for the heathen, only just now I can't help being glad that you don't want the little India boys. And so I'm glad you'd rather have Jimmy Ben. Now I know you'll take him." "Take who?" "Jimmy Ben. He's the child's presence, you know, and he'll be so glad to be it. I had to tell him last week that even my ladies' aid out west wouldn't take him, and he was so disappointed. But now he'll be so glad." "Will he?" "Well, I won't," ejaculated the man, decisively. "Pollyanna, this is sheer nonsense. I won't take him." "But he'd be a lovely child's presence," faltered Pollyanna. She was almost crying now. "And you won't be lonesome with Jimmy around." "I don't doubt it," rejoined the man, "but I think I prefer the lonesomeness." It was then that Pollyanna began to cry from pure nervousness. "Well, Pollyanna, I suspect you're right, more right than you know," the man said gently. "Tell me a little more about this nice little boy." And Pollyanna told him. Perhaps the pathos of Jimmy Ben's story as told by Pollyanna touched the man's heart already strangely softened. When Pollyanna went home that night, she carried with her an invitation for Jimmy Ben himself to call at the great house with Pollyanna the next Saturday afternoon. At Mrs. Snow's request, Pollyanna went one day to Dr. Chilton's office to get the name of a medicine which Mrs. Snow had forgotten. "I've never been to your home before." "This is your home, isn't it?" she said, looking interestedly about her. The doctor smiled a little sadly. Yes, he answered, as he wrote something on the pad of paper in his hand, but they're just rooms, not a home. Pollyanna nodded her head wisely. I know. It takes a woman's hand and heart, or a child's presence to make a home, she said with sympathetic understanding. Mr. Pendleton told me about it. Why don't you get a woman's hand and heart, Dr. Chilton? Oh, and I forgot. Pollyanna's face showed suddenly a painful color. I suppose I ought to tell you. It wasn't Aunt Polly that Mr. Pendleton loved long ago, so, we aren't going there to live. I made a mistake. I hope you didn't tell anyone, she finished anxiously. No, I didn't tell anyone, Pollyanna, replied the doctor, a little queerly. Oh, that's all right, then, sighed Pollyanna in relief. You see, you're the only one-night-old, and I thought Mr. Pendleton looked sort of funny when I said I had told you. And of course, he wouldn't want many people to know it because it wasn't true. But why don't you get a woman's hand and heart, Dr. Chilton? There was a moment's silence, then very gravely the doctor said, they're not always to be had for the asking, little girl. Pollyanna frowned thoughtfully. Then her eyes widened in surprise. Why, Dr. Chilton, you tried to get somebody's hand and heart once, like Mr. Pendleton, and couldn't, didn't you? The doctor got to his feet a little abruptly. Well, Pollyanna, never mind about that now. Don't let other people's troubles worry your little head. Just run back now to Mrs. Snow. I've written down the name of the medicine, and the directions how she is to take it. Was there anything else? Pollyanna shook her head. No, sir, thank you, sir, she murmured soberly, as she turned toward the door. From the little hallway she called back, anyhow, I'm glad it wasn't my mother's hand and heart that you wanted and couldn't get, Dr. Chilton. Goodbye. Chapter 12. It was on the last day of October that the accident occurred. Pollyanna, hurrying home from school, crossed the road at an apparently safe distance in front of a swiftly approaching motor car. Nobody could tell what happened, why it happened, or who was to blame afterwards. Pollyanna was brought, limp and unconscious, into the little room that was so dear to her. There, by a white-faced Aunt Polly and a weeping Nancy, she was undressed tenderly and put to bed, while from the village, hastily summoned by telephone, Dr. Warren was hurrying as fast as another motor car could bring him. There appeared to be no bones broken, and a cut on the head was of slight consequence, but the doctor had looked very grave, had shaken his head slowly, and had said that time alone could tell. After he had gone, Miss Polly had shown a face even whiter and more drawn-looking than before. The patient had not fully recovered consciousness, but at present she seemed to be resting as comfortably as could be expected. A trained nurse had been sent for. That was all. And Nancy turned sobbingly, and went back to her kitchen. The next day Pollyanna opened her eyes and realized where she was. "Why, Aunt Polly, what's the matter? Isn't it daytime? Why don't I get up?" she cried. "Why, Aunt Polly, I can't get up," she moaned, falling back on the pillow, after an attempt to lift herself. "But what is the matter? Why can't I get up?" Miss Polly's eyes asked an agonized question of the nurse, a white-capped young woman standing in the window, out of the range of Pollyanna's eyes. The young woman nodded. Miss Polly cleared her throat, and tried to swallow the lump that didn't let her speak. "You were hurt, dear, by the automobile last night. But never mind that now. I want you to rest and go to sleep again." "Hurt? Oh, yes, I ran." Pollyanna's eyes were dazed. She lifted her hand to her forehead. "Why, it's done up, and it hurts." "Yes, dear, but never mind. Just rest." "But, Aunt Polly, I feel so bad. My legs feel so queer, only they don't feel at all." With an imploring look into the nurse's face, Miss Polly struggled to her feet, and turned away. The nurse came forward quickly. "Let me talk to you now," she began cheerily. "I am Miss Hunt, and I've come to help your aunt take care of you. And the very first thing I'm going to do is to ask you to swallow these little white pills." Pollyanna's eyes grew a bit wild. "But I don't want to be taken care of. I want to get up. You know I go to school." "Can't I go to school tomorrow?" "Tomorrow?" smiled the nurse, brightly. "Well, I can't let you out quite so soon as that, Miss Pollyanna. But just swallow these little pills, please, and we'll see what they'll do." "All right," agreed Pollyanna, somewhat doubtfully, "but I must go to school the day after tomorrow. There are examinations then, you know." She spoke again, a minute later. She spoke of school, and of the automobile, and of how her head ached, but very soon her voice trailed into silence under the blissed influence of the little white pills she had swallowed. Pollyanna did not go to school tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. However, she did not realize this. Pollyanna did not realize anything, in fact, very clearly until a week had passed. Then the fever subsided, the pain lessened somewhat, and her mind awoke to full consciousness. She had then to be told all over again what had occurred. "So, I am hurt, and not sick," she sighed at last. "Well, I'm glad of that. Gee, glad, Pollyanna? Asked her aunt, who was sitting by the bed. Yes. I'd rather have broken legs like Mr. Pendleton's than be a lifelong invalid like Mrs. Snow, you know. Broken legs get well, and lifelong invalids don't. Miss Polly got suddenly to her feet and walked to the little dressing table across the room. Her face was white and drawn. On the bed Pollyanna lay blinking at the dancing band of colors on the ceiling, which came from one of the prisms in the window. I'm glad it isn't smallpox, too, she murmured contentedly. That would be worse than freckles. And I'm glad it isn't whooping cough, I've had that, and it's horrid, and I'm glad it isn't appendicitis nor measles, because they're catching, measles are, I mean, and they wouldn't let you stay here. You seem to be glad for a lot of things, my dear, faltered Aunt Polly, putting her hand to her throat. Pollyanna laughed softly. I am. I've been thinking of them all the time I've been looking up at that rainbow. I love rainbows. I'm so glad Mr. Pendleton gave me those prisms. I'm glad of some things I haven't said yet. I'm almost glad I was hurt. Pollyanna laughed softly again. She turned her eyes on her aunt. Well, you see, since I have been hurt, you've called me dear lots of times, and you didn't before. I love to be called dear, by folks that belong to you, I mean. Some of the ladies' aiders called me that, but not so nice as you do. Oh, Aunt Polly, I'm so glad you belong to me. Aunt Polly did not answer. Her hand was at her throat, her eyes were full of tears. Then she turned away and hurried from the room. In the ceremonious parlor of the Harrington homestead, Mr. John Pendleton did not have to wait long before a swift step warned him of Miss Polly's coming. As he attempted to rise, she made a gesture of remonstrance. She did not offer her hand, however, and her face was coldly reserved. I called to ask for Pollyanna, he began at once, a little brusquely. Thank you. She is about the same, said Miss Polly. You mean, you don't know? But, the doctor? Dr. Warren himself seems at sea. He is in correspondence now with a New York specialist. They have arranged for a consultation at once. But what were her injuries? A slight cut on the head, 1 or 2 bruises, and an injury to the spine which has seemed to cause paralysis from the hips down. A low cry came from the man. There was a brief silence, then, huskily, he asked, "And how does Pollyanna take it?" "She doesn't understand how things really are. And I can't tell her." Miss Polly lifted her hand to the collar at her throat in the gesture that had become so common to her of late. Well, she knows she can't move, but she thinks her legs are broken. She says she's glad it's broken legs like yours rather than lifelong invalids like Mrs. Snow's, because broken legs will get well. She talks like that all the time. Through the blur of tears in his own eyes, the man saw the drawn face opposite, twisted with emotion. "I wonder if you know, Miss Harrington, how hard I tried to get Pollyanna to come and live with me," he asked very gently. "I wanted to adopt her, legally, you understand, making her my heiress, of course." The woman in the opposite chair relaxed a little. It came to her, suddenly, what a brilliant future this adoption would have meant for Pollyanna. "I am very fond of Pollyanna," the man went on, "and I am ready to give her the love that had been 25 years in storage." Miss Polly remembered suddenly why she had taken this child in the first place, and Pollyanna's own words, "I love to be called dear by folks that belong to you." This love-hungry little girl had been offered the stored-up affection of 25 years. With a sinking heart, Miss Polly realized the dreariness of her own future now without Pollyanna. "Well?" she said. And the man, recognizing the self-control that vibrated through the harshness of the tone, smiled sadly. "She would not come," he answered. "She would not leave you. She said you had been so good to her. She wanted to stay with you, and she said she thought you wanted her to stay," he finished, as he pulled himself to his feet. When he turned his face resolutely toward the door, he heard a swift step at his side and saw a shaking hand thrust toward him. "When the specialist comes, and I know anything definite about Pollyanna, I will let you hear from me," said a trembling voice. "Goodbye and thank you for coming. Pollyanna will be pleased." On the day after John Pendleton's call at the Harrington homestead, Miss Polly started preparing Pollyanna for the visit of the specialist. "Pollyanna, my dear," she began gently, "we have decided that we want another doctor besides Dr. Warren to see you. Another one might tell us something new to help you get well faster, you know." A joyous light came to Pollyanna's face. "Dr. Chilton." "Oh, Aunt Polly, I'd so love to have Dr. Chilton. I've wanted him all the time, but I was afraid you didn't, so I didn't say anything. But I'm so glad you want him." Aunt Polly's face had turned white, then red, then white again. But when she answered, she showed very plainly that she was trying to speak lightly and cheerfully. "Oh, no, dear. It is a new doctor, a very famous doctor from New York, who knows a great deal about herds like yours." Pollyanna's face fell. "But it was Dr. Chilton who doctored Mr. Pendleton's broken leg, Aunt Polly. If you don't mind, I would like to have Dr. Chilton, truly I would." For a moment Miss Polly did not speak at all, then she said gently, "Pollyanna, I would do almost anything for you, my dear, but, for reasons which I do not care to speak of now, I don't want Dr. Chilton called in on this case. And believe me, he cannot know so much about your trouble, as this great doctor does, who will come from New York tomorrow." Pollyanna still looked unconvinced. The nurse entered the room at that moment, and Aunt Polly rose to her feet abruptly with a look of relief on her face. "I am very sorry, Pollyanna," she said, a little stiffly, "but it's already arranged. The New York doctor is coming tomorrow." As it happened, however, the New York doctor did not come tomorrow. At the last moment a telegram told of a delay because of the sudden illness of the specialist himself. As the days of waiting passed, one by one, Aunt Polly was doing everything that she could do to please her niece. Those days of waiting were not easy. The nurse tried to look cheerful, but her eyes were troubled. The doctor was openly nervous and impatient. Miss Polly said little, but even the waves of hair about her face, and the laces at her throat, could not hide the fact that she was growing thin and pale. Pollyanna petted the dog, smoothed the cat's sleek head, admired the flowers and ate the fruits and jellies that were sent in to her, and returned innumerable cheery answers to the many messages of love and inquiry that were brought to her bedside. But she, too, grew pale and thin, and the nervous activity of the poor little hands and arms only emphasized the pitiful motionlessness of the once active little feet and legs now lying so sorrowfully quiet under the blankets. As to the glad game, Pollyanna told Nancy how glad she was going to be when she could go to school again, go to see Mrs. Snow, go to call on Mr. Pendleton, and go to ride with Dr. Chilton. She didn't seem to realize that all this gladness was in the future, not the present. Nancy cried about it, when she was alone. Dr. Meade, the specialist, came a week later. He was a tall, broad-shouldered man with kind gray eyes, and a cheerful smile. Pollyanna liked him at once, and told him so. "You look quite a lot like my doctor, you see," she added engagingly. "Your doctor?" Dr. Meade glanced in evident surprise at Dr. Warren, talking with the nurse a few feet away. Dr. Warren was a small, brown-eyed man with a pointed brown beard. "Oh, that isn't my doctor," smiled Pollyanna. "Dr. Warren is Aunt Polly's doctor. My doctor is Dr. Chilton. You see, I wanted Dr. Chilton all the time, but Aunt Polly wanted you. She said you knew more than Dr. Chilton about broken legs like mine. And of course, if you do, I can be glad for that. Do you?" A swift something crossed the doctor's face that Pollyanna could not translate. Only time can tell that, little girl, he said gently. Then he turned a grave face toward Dr. Warren, who had just come to the bedside. Everyone said afterward that it was the cat that did it. Certainly, if Fluffy had not poked an insistent paw and nose against Pollyanna's unlatched door, the door would not have swung noiselessly open, and if the door had not been open, Pollyanna would not have heard her aunt's words. In the hall the two doctors, the nurse, and Miss Polly stood talking. In Pollyanna's room Fluffy had just jumped to the bed with a little purring meow when through the open door and Polly's agonized exclamation sounded clearly and sharply. "Not that! Doctor, not that! You don't mean, the child, will never walk again?" It was all confusion then. First, from the bedroom Pollyanna's terrified Aunt Polly. Aunt Polly came. Then Miss Polly, seeing the open door and realizing that her words had been heard, gave a low little moan and, for the first time in her life, fainted dead away. The nurse, with a choking she heard, stumbled toward the open door. The two doctors stayed with Miss Polly. Dr. Mead had to stay, he had caught Miss Polly as she fell. Dr. Warren stood by, helplessly. Pollyanna cried out again sharply and the nurse closed the door. In Pollyanna's room, the nurse had found a purring gray cat on the bed vainly trying to attract the attention of a white-faced, wild-eyed little girl. "Miss Hunt, please, I want Aunt Polly. I want her right away, quick, please." The nurse closed the door and came forward hurriedly. Her face was very pale. "She can't come just this minute, dear." "What is it?" "Can't I help you?" "But I want to know what she said." "Did you hear her?" "I want Aunt Polly, she said something." "I want her to tell me it isn't true." The nurse tried to speak, but no words came. Something in her face sent an added terror to Pollyanna's eyes. "Miss Hunt, it is true." "Oh, it isn't true." "You don't mean I can't ever walk again?" There, dear, don't, choked the nurse. Perhaps he didn't know. Perhaps he was mistaken. There are lots of things that could happen, you know. But Aunt Polly said he knew more than anybody else about broken legs like mine. "Yes, I know, dear, but all doctors make mistakes sometimes. Just don't think any more about it now, please don't, dear." Pollyanna flung out her arms wildly. "But I can't help thinking about it," she sobbed. "Why, Miss Hunt, how am I going to school, or to see Mr. Pendleton, or Mrs. Snow, or anybody?" She caught her breath and sobbed wildly for a moment. Suddenly she stopped and looked up, a new terror in her eyes. "Why, Miss Hunt, if I can't walk, How am I going to be glad for anything? Miss Hunt did not know the glad game, but she knew that her patient had to be quieted at once. In spite of her own perturbation and heartache, her hands had not been idle, and she stood now at the bedside with the quieting powder ready. There, dear, just take this, she soothed, and we'll see what can be done then. Things aren't half as bad as they seem, dear, lots of times, you know. Obediently Pollyanna took the medicine, and sipped the water from the glass in Miss Hunt's hand. I know, that sounds like things Father used to say, faltered Pollyanna, blinking off the tears. He said there was always something about everything that might be worse, but I reckon he'd never just heard he couldn't ever walk again. I don't see how there can be anything about that could be worse, do you? Miss Hunt did not reply. She could not trust herself to speak. Chapter 13. Nancy was sent to tell Mr. John Pendleton of Dr. Mead's verdict. Miss Polly had remembered her promise to let him have direct information from the house. There had been a time when Nancy would have rejoiced greatly at this extraordinary opportunity to see something of the house of mystery and its master. But today her heart was too heavy to rejoice at anything. She scarcely even looked about her at all, indeed, during the few minutes she waited for Mr. John Pendleton to appear. "I'm Nancy, sir," she said respectfully, in response to the surprised questioning of his eyes, when he came into the room. "Miss Harrington sent me to tell you about Miss Pollyanna." "Well?" In spite of the terseness of the word, Nancy quite understood the anxiety that lay behind it. "It isn't well, Mr. Pendleton," she choked. "You don't mean," he paused, and she bowed her head miserably. "Yes, sir. He says she can't walk again." For a moment there was absolute silence in the room, then the man spoke in a voice shaken with emotion. "Poor little girl. Poor little girl." Nancy glanced at him, but dropped her eyes at once. She had not supposed that cross and stern John Pendleton could look like that. In a moment he spoke again, still in the low, unsteady voice. "It seems cruel, never to dance in the sunshine again. My little girl." There was another silence, then, abruptly, the man asked, "She herself doesn't know yet, does she?" "Yes, she does, sir," sobbed Nancy. The cat pushed open the door and Miss Pollyanna overheard them talking. "Poor little girl," sighed the man again. "Yes, sir," choked Nancy. "I must be going, now, sir. Goodbye." And Nancy fled precipitately. It did not take long for the whole town of Beldingsville to learn that the great New York doctor had said Pollyanna Whittier would never walk again. Everybody knew by sight now the little freckled face that had always a smile of greeting, and almost everybody knew of the glad game that Pollyanna was playing. Now this smiling face would never be seen again in the streets, this cheery little voice would never again proclaim the gladness of some everyday experience. It seemed unbelievable, impossible and cruel. In kitchens and sitting rooms, and over backyard fences women talked of it, and wept openly. On street corners and in stores the men talked, too, and wept, though not so openly. Nancy's pitiful story that Pollyanna was bemoaning most of all the fact that she could not play the game, that she could not now be glad over anything didn't make this talking and weeping less. Then the same thought must have come to Pollyanna's friends. At all events, almost at once, the mistress of the Harrington homestead, greatly to her surprise, began to receive calls from people she knew, and people she did not know, calls from men, women, and children, many of whom Miss Polly had not supposed that her niece knew at all. First came Mr. John Pendleton. He came without his crutches today. "I don't need to tell you how shocked I am," he began almost harshly. "But can't anything be done?" Miss Polly gave a gesture of despair. "Oh, we're doing, of course, all the time. Dr. Mead prescribed certain treatments and medicines that might help, and Dr. Warren is carrying them out to the letter, of course." But Dr. Mead held out almost no hope. John Pendleton rose abruptly. His face was white, and his mouth was set into stern lines. Miss Polly, looking at him, knew very well why he felt that he could not stay longer in her presence. At the door he turned. "I have a message for Pollyanna," he said. "Will you tell her, please, that I have seen Jimmy Ben and that he's going to be my boy? Tell her I thought she would be glad to know. I shall adopt him, probably." For a brief moment Miss Polly lost her usual well-bred self-control. "You will adopt Jimmy Ben?" she gasped. The man lifted his chin a little. "Yes. I think Pollyanna will understand. You will tell her I thought she would be glad." "Why, of course," faltered Miss Polly. "Thank you," bowed John Pendleton, as he turned to go. In the middle of the floor Miss Polly stood, silent and amazed, still looking after the man who had just left her. She could scarcely believe what her ears had heard. John Pendleton, wealthy, independent, morose, reputed to be miserly and supremely selfish, is going to adopt a little boy? With a somewhat dazed face Miss Polly went upstairs to Pollyanna's room. "Pollyanna, I have a message for you from Mr. John Pendleton. He has just been here. He has taken Jimmy Ben for his little boy. He said he thought you'd be glad to know it." Pollyanna's wistful little face flamed into sudden joy. Glad? Well, I reckon I'm glad. Oh, Aunt Polly, I've so wanted to find a place for Jimmy, and that's such a lovely place. Besides, I'm so glad for Mr. Pendleton, too. You see, now he'll have the child's presence. The what? Pollyanna colored painfully. She had forgotten that she had never told her aunt of Mr. Pendleton's desire to adopt her, and certainly she would not wish to tell her now that she had ever thought for a minute of leaving her, this dear Aunt Polly. The child's presence, stammered Pollyanna, hastily. Mr. Pendleton told me once, you see, that only a woman's hand and heart or a child's presence could make a home. And now he's got it, the child's presence. Oh, I see, said Miss Polly very gently. She understood more than Pollyanna realized. John Pendleton had asked her niece to be the child's presence to transform his great pile of gray stone into a home. I see, she finished, her eyes were full of sudden tears. Pollyanna, fearful that her aunt might ask further embarrassing questions, hastened to lead the conversation away from the Pendleton house and its master. Dr. Chilton says so, too, that it takes a woman's hand and heart, or a child's presence, to make a home, you know, she remarked. Miss Polly turned with start. Dr. Chilton. How do you know that? He told me so. It was when he said he lived in just rooms, not a home. So, I asked him why he didn't get them, a woman's hand and heart, and have a home. Pollyanna. Miss Polly turned sharply. Her cheeks showed a sudden color. Well, he looked so sorrowful. What did he say? Miss Polly asked the question in spite of some force within her that was urging her not to ask it. He didn't say anything for a minute, then he said very low that you couldn't always get them for the asking. There was a brief silence. Miss Polly's eyes turned to the window. Her cheeks were still unnaturally pink. Pollyanna sighed. He wants one, anyhow, I know, and I wish he could have one. Why, Pollyanna, how do you know? Because, afterwards, on another day, he said something else. He said that low, too, but I heard him. He said that he'd give the entire world if he had one woman's hand and heart. Why, Aunt Polly, what's the matter? Aunt Polly had risen hurriedly and gone to the window. Nothing, dear. I was changing the position of this prism, said Aunt Polly, whose whole face now was aflame. Chapter 14. Not long after John Pendleton's second visit, Millie Snow called one afternoon. Millie had never been to the Harrington homestead before. She blushed and looked very embarrassed when Miss Polly entered the room. "I came to inquire for the little girl," she stammered. "You are very kind. She is about the same." "How is your mother?" rejoined Miss Polly, wearily. "That is what I came to ask you to tell Miss Pollyanna," Millie said breathlessly. "We think it's so awful that the little girl can't ever walk again, and after all she's done for us, too, for Mother, you know. She taught her to play the game, and all that. And now she can't play it herself, poor little dear." When we remembered all the things she'd said to us, we thought she should know what she had done for us. It would help her, because she could be glad. Millie stopped helplessly and seemed to be waiting for Miss Polly to speak. Miss Polly had sat politely listening, but with a puzzled questioning in her eyes. She had understood only about half of what had been said. She was thinking now that she had always known that Millie Snow was queer, but she had not supposed she was crazy. When the pause came, she filled it with a quiet question. "I don't think I quite understand, Millie. Just what is it that you want me to tell my niece?" "Make her see what she's done for us. I want her to know how different my mother is, and me, too. I'm different. I've been trying to play the game, a little." Miss Polly frowned. She didn't understand what Millie meant by this game. Millie went on with nervous volubility. "You know nothing was ever right before, for Mother. And, really, I can't blame her much, under the circumstances. But now she lets me keep the shades up, and she takes interest in things, how she looks, and her nightdress, and all that. And she's actually begun to knit little things, socks and baby blankets for fairs and hospitals. And she's so interested, and so glad to think she can do it." And that was all Miss Pollyanna's doings, you know, because she told Mother she could be glad she'd got her hands and arms, anyway, and that made Mother wonder why she didn't do something with her hands and arms. And so she began to do something, to knit, you know. And so we want you to tell Miss Pollyanna that we understand it's all because of her. And please say we're so glad we know her. Maybe if she knew it, it would make her a little glad that she knew us," sighed Millie, rising hurriedly to her feet. "Will you tell her?" "Why, of course," murmured Miss Polly. These visits of John Pendleton and Millie Snow were only the first of many, and there were always the messages which were in some ways so curious that they caused Miss Polly more and more to puzzle over them. One day Widow Benton came. Miss Polly knew her well, though they had never called upon each other. By reputation she knew her as the saddest little woman in town, one who was always in black. Today, however, Mrs. Benton wore a knot of pale blue at the throat, though there were tears in her eyes. She spoke of her grief and horror at the accident, then she asked diffidently if she might see Pollyanna. Miss Polly shook her head. "I am sorry, but she sees no one yet. A little later perhaps." Mrs. Benton wiped her eyes, rose, and turned to go. But after she had almost reached the hall door she came back hurriedly. "Miss Harrington, perhaps, you'd give her a message," she stammered. "Certainly, Mrs. Benton, I'll be very glad to." "Will you tell her, please, that I've put on this," she said, just touching the blue bow at her throat. Then, at Miss Polly's look of surprise, she added, "The little girl has been trying for so long to make me wear some color that I thought she'd be glad to know I'd begun. She said that Freddie would be so glad to see it. You know Freddie's all I have now." Mrs. Benton shook her head and turned away. "If you just tell Pollyanna, she'll understand." And the door closed after her. A little later, that same day, there was the other widow, at least, she wore widow's garments. Miss Polly did not know her at all. The lady gave her name as Mrs. Tarbell. "I'm a stranger to you, of course," she began at once. "But I'm not a stranger to your little niece, Pollyanna. I've been at the hotel all summer, and every day I've had to take long walks for my health. It was on these walks that I've met your niece. She's such a dear little girl. I wish I could make you understand what she's been to me. I was very sad when I came up here, and her bright face and cheery ways reminded me of my own little girl that I lost years ago. I was so shocked to hear of the accident, and then when I learned that the poor child would never walk again, and that she was so unhappy because she couldn't be glad any longer, the dear child. I just had to come to you." "You are very kind," murmured Miss Polly. "I want you to give her a message from me. Will you just tell her that Mrs. Tarbell is glad now?" "Yes, I know it sounds odd, and you don't understand, but I'd rather not explain. Your niece will know just what I mean, and I felt that I must tell her." "Thank you, and pardon me, please, for any seeming rudeness in my call," she begged, as she took her leave. Thoroughly mystified now, Miss Polly hurried upstairs to Pollyanna's room. "Pollyanna, do you know Mrs. Tarbell?" "Oh, yes. I love Mrs. Tarbell. She's sick, and awfully sad, and she's at the hotel, and takes long walks. We go together. I mean, we used to." Pollyanna's voice broke, and two big tears rolled down her cheeks. Miss Polly cleared her throat hurriedly. "Well, she's just been here, dear. She left a message for you, but she wouldn't tell me what it meant. She said to tell you that Mrs. Tarbell is glad now." Pollyanna clapped her hands softly. Did she say that, really? Oh, I'm so glad. But, Pollyanna, what did she mean? Why, it's the game, and, Pollyanna stopped short and put her fingers to her lips. What game? Nothing much, Aunt Polly, I can't tell it unless I tell other things that I'm not to speak of. Miss Polly wanted to question her niece further, but the obvious distress on the little girl's face stopped the words before they were uttered. Not long after Mrs. Tarbell's visit, the climax came. It came in the shape of a call from a certain young woman with unnaturally pink cheeks and yellow hair, a young woman who wore high heels and cheap jewelry, a young woman whom Miss Polly knew very well by reputation but whom she was angrily amazed to meet beneath the roof of the Harrington homestead. Miss Polly did not offer her hand. She drew back, indeed, as she entered the room. The woman rose at once. Her eyes were very red, as if she had been crying. Half defiantly she asked if she might, for a moment, see the little girl, Pollyanna. Miss Polly said number. She began to say it very sternly, but something in the woman's pleading eyes made her add the civil explanation that no one was allowed yet to see Pollyanna. The woman hesitated, then she spoke a little brusquely. My name is Mrs. Tom Payson. I presume you've heard of me. Most of the good people in the town have. And maybe some of the things you've heard aren't true. But never mind that. It's about the little girl I came. I heard about the accident, and it broke me all up. Last week I heard how she couldn't ever walk again, and I wished I could give up my two uselessly healthy legs for hers. She paused, and cleared her throat, but when she resumed her voice was still husky. Maybe you don't know it, but I've seen a good deal of your little girl. We live on the Pendleton Hill Road, and she used to go by often. She always came in and played with the kids and talked to me and my man, when he was home. She seemed to like it, and to like us. She didn't know, I suspect, that we didn't belong to her kind of folks. Still, she did us a lot of good. We have had hard times this year. We've been blue and discouraged, my man and me, and ready for almost anything. We were thinking of getting a divorce and we didn't know what to do with the kids. Then the accident came, and we heard that the little girl would never walk again. And she used to come and sit on our doorstep and play with the kids, and laugh, and just be glad. One day she told us about the game, you know, and tried to coax us to play it. Well, we've heard now that she's suffering, because she can't play it anymore. There's nothing to be glad about. And that's what I came to tell her today. Maybe she can be a little glad for us, because we've decided to stick to each other, and play the game ourselves. Will you tell her? Yes, I will tell her, promised Miss Polly, a little faintly. Then, with a sudden impulse, she stepped forward and held out her hand. And thank you for coming, Mrs. Payson, she said simply. The woman's lips trembled visibly. Mrs. Payson mumbled something, blindly clutched at the outstretched hand, turned, and fled. The door closed behind her, and Miss Polly went to talk to Nancy in the kitchen. Nancy. Miss Polly spoke sharply. Those puzzling, disconcerting visits of the last few days had strained her nerves to the snapping point. Nancy had never heard her mistress speak so sternly. Nancy, will you tell me what this absurd game is that the whole town seems to be talking about? And what has my niece to do with it? Why does everybody, from Millie Snow to Mrs. Tom Payson, send word to her that they're playing it? I tried to ask the child herself about it, but I didn't make much headway, and of course I don't like to worry her, now. But from something I heard her say to you last night, I guess you were one of them, too. Now will you tell me what it all means? To Miss Polly's surprise and dismay, Nancy burst into tears. It means that ever since last June that blessed child has just been making the whole town glad, and now they're trying to make her a little glad, too. Glad of what? Just glad. That's the game. Miss Polly actually stamped her foot. There you go, like all the rest, Nancy. What game? Nancy lifted her chin. She faced her mistress and looked her squarely in the eye. It's a game Miss Pollyanna's father taught her to play. She got a pair of crutches once in a missionary barrel instead of a doll, and she cried, of course, like any child would. Then her father told her that there was always something in everything that you could be glad about, and that she could be glad about those crutches. Glad for crutches. Miss Polly choked back a sob. She thought of the helpless little legs on the bed upstairs. Yes, madam. He told her she could be glad because she didn't need them. "Oh!" cried Miss Polly. And after that he made a regular game of it, finding something in everything to be glad about. And they called it the Just Being Glad game. That's the game, madam. She's played it ever since. But, how? Miss Polly came to a helpless pause. She's made me glad, too, maintained Nancy, on such a lot of things, little things, and big things, and it's made them so much easier. For instance, I don't mind Nancy for a name half as much since she told me I could be glad it wasn't Hephzibah. She's actually made me glad for Monday mornings that I used to hate so much. Glad, for Monday mornings. Nancy laughed. I know it sounds nutty, madam. But let me tell you, that blessed lamb found out I hated Monday mornings awfully, and she told me one day, well, anyhow, Nancy, I think you could be gladder on Monday morning than on any other day in the week, because it would be a whole week before you'd have another one. And it helped, madam. It made me laugh, anyhow, every time I thought of it, and laughing helps, you know, it does, it does. But why hasn't she told me about the game? Faltered Miss Polly. Why has she made such a mystery of it, when I asked her? Nancy hesitated. I beg your pardon, madam, you told her not to speak of her father, so she couldn't tell you. It was her father's game, you see. Miss Polly bit her lip. She wanted to tell you, continued Nancy, a little unsteadily. She wanted somebody to play it with, you know. That's why I began it, so she could have someone to play with. And these others? Miss Polly's voice shook now. Oh, almost everybody knows it now, I guess. She was always so smiling and pleasant to everyone, and so glad herself all the time, that they couldn't help knowing it, anyhow. Now that she's hurt, everybody feels so bad, especially when they heard how bad she feels because she can't find anything to be glad about. So they've been coming every day to tell her how glad she's made them, hoping that it will help her. You see, she's always wanted everybody to play the game with her. Well, I know somebody who'll play it now, choked Miss Polly, as she turned and sped through the kitchen doorway. Behind her, Nancy stood staring in amazement. A little later, in Pollyanna's room, the nurse left Miss Polly and Pollyanna alone together. And you've had still another visitor today, my dear, announced Miss Polly in a voice she vainly tried to steady. Do you remember Mrs. Payson? Mrs. Payson. She lives on the way to Mr. Pendleton's, and she's got the prettiest little girl 3 years old and a boy of almost 5. She's awfully nice, and so is her husband, only they don't seem to know how nice each other is. Sometimes they fight, I mean, they don't quite agree. But she says she's going to get a divorce. What is a divorce, Aunt Polly? I'm afraid it isn't very nice, because she didn't look happy when she talked about it. But they are going to stay together, dear, evaded Aunt Polly, hurriedly. Oh, I'm so glad. Then they'll be there when I go up to see, oh dear. Broke off the little girl, miserably. Aunt Polly, why can't I remember that my legs don't go anymore, and that I will never go up to see Mr. Pendleton again? There, don't, choked her aunt. Perhaps you'll drive up there sometime. But listen. I haven't told you, yet, all that Mrs. Payson said. She wanted me to tell you that they were going to stay together and to play the game, just as you wanted them to." Pollyanna smiled through tears. "Did they, really? Oh, I am glad of that." "Yes," she said, "she hoped you would be. That's why she told you, to make you glad, Pollyanna." Pollyanna looked up quickly. "Why, Aunt Polly, you spoke just as if you knew. Do you know about the game, Aunt Polly?" "Yes, dear." Miss Polly forced her voice to be cheerful. "Nancy told me. I think it's a beautiful game. I'm going to play it now with you." "Oh, Aunt Polly, I'm so glad. You see, I've really wanted you all the time." Miss Polly caught her breath. It was even harder this time to keep her voice steady, but she did it. "Yes, dear, and there are all those others, too." "Why, Pollyanna, I think the whole town is playing that game now with you. And the whole town is wonderfully happier, and all because of one little girl who taught the people a new game, and how to play it." Pollyanna clapped her hands. "Oh, I'm so glad!" she cried. Then, suddenly, a wonderful light illuminated her face. "Why, Aunt Polly, there is something I can be glad about, after all. I can be glad I've had my legs, anyway, or else I couldn't have done that." Chapter 15. One by one the short winter days came and went, but they were not short to Pollyanna. They were long, and sometimes full of pain. Very resolutely, however, Pollyanna was turning a cheerful face toward whatever came. Was she not specially bound to play the game, now that Aunt Polly was playing it, too? And Aunt Polly found so many things to be glad about. Pollyanna now, like Mrs. Snow, was knitting wonderful things out of bright-colored yarn that made Pollyanna so glad she had her hands and arms, anyway. She saw people now, occasionally, and there always were the loving messages from those she could not see, and they always brought her something new to think about, and Pollyanna needed new things to think about. Once she had seen John Pendleton, and twice she had seen Jimmy Ben. John Pendleton had told her what a fine boy Jimmy was getting to be, and how well he was doing. Jimmy had told her what a first-rate home he had, and what excellent folks Mr. Pendleton made, and both had said that it was all owing to her. "It makes me all the gladder, you know, that I have had my legs," Pollyanna confided to her aunt afterwards. The winter passed, and spring came. The anxious watchers over Pollyanna's condition could see little change caused by the prescribed treatment. There was every reason to believe, indeed, that Dr. Mead's worst fears would be realized, that Pollyanna would never walk again. In Beldingsville, One man in particular fumed and fretted over the daily bulletins which he managed in some way to get from the Harrington homestead. As the days passed, however, and the news became worse, something besides anxiety began to show on the man's face: despair and a very dogged determination. One Saturday morning Mr. John Pendleton, somewhat to his surprise, received a call from Dr. Thomas Chilton. "Pendleton," began the doctor, abruptly, "I've come to you because you, better than anyone else in town, know something of my relations with Miss Polly Harrington." John Pendleton started visibly. He knew something of the affair between Polly Harrington and Thomas Chilton, but the matter had not been mentioned between them for 15 years, or more. "Yes," he said, trying to make his voice sound concerned enough for sympathy. In a moment he saw that the doctor was too intent on his errand to notice how that errand was received. "Pendleton, I want to see that child. I want to make an examination." "I must make an examination." "Well, can't you?" "Pendleton, you know very well I haven't been inside that door for more than 15 years. The mistress of that house told me that the next time she asked me to enter it would mean that she was begging my pardon, and that all would be as before, which meant that she'd marry me. Perhaps you see her summoning me now, but I don't." "But couldn't you go without a summons?" The doctor frowned. "Well, hardly. I have some pride, you know. But if you're so anxious, couldn't you swallow your pride and forget the quarrel?" "Forget the quarrel," interrupted the doctor, savagely. "I'm not talking of that kind of pride. As far as that is concerned, I'd go from here there on my knees, or on my head, if that could do any good. It's professional pride I'm talking about. It's a case of sickness, and I'm a doctor. I can't butt in and say, 'Here, take me.' Can I?" "Chilton, what was the quarrel?" demanded Pendleton. The doctor made an impatient gesture, and got to his feet. "What was it?" "What's any lover's quarrel after it's over?" he snarled, pacing the room angrily. "A silly wrangle over the size of the moon or the depth of a river, maybe. Never mind the quarrel. As far as I am concerned, I am willing to say there was no quarrel. Pendleton, I must see that child. It may mean life or death. It will mean, I honestly believe, 9 chances out of 10 that Pollyanna Whittier will walk again." The words were spoken clearly and impressively, and they were spoken just as the one who uttered them had almost reached the open window near John Pendleton's chair. Thus it happened that very distinctly they reached the ears of a small boy kneeling beneath the window on the ground outside. Jimmy Bean, at his Saturday morning task of pulling up the first little green weeds of the flower beds, sat up with ears and eyes wide open. "Walk," Pollyanna. John Pendleton was saying. What do you mean? I mean that from what I can hear and learn, a mile from her bedside, her case is very much like one that a college friend of mine has just helped. I've kept in touch with him, and from what I hear, but I want to see the girl. You must see her. Couldn't you, say, through Dr. Warren? No, I'm afraid. Warren has been very decent, though. He told me himself that he suggested consultation with me, but Miss Harrington said no so decisively that he didn't dare venture it again. Lately, some of his best patients have come over to me, so of course that ties my hands still more effectually. But, Pendleton, I've got to see that child. Think of what it may mean to her, if I do. Yes, and think of what it will mean, if you don't, retorted Pendleton. But how can I, without a direct request from her aunt, which I'll never get? She must be made to ask you. How? I don't know. She's too proud and too angry to ask me, after what she said years ago. But when I think of that child, doomed to lifelong misery, and when I think that maybe in my hands lies a chance of escape, but for that confounded nonsense we call pride and professional etiquette, he did not finish his sentence, but with his hands thrust deep into his pockets, he turned and began to tramp up and down the room again, angrily. But if she could be made to see, to understand, urged John Pendleton. Yes, and who's going to do it? Demanded the doctor, with a savage turn. I don't know, groaned the other, miserably. Outside the window Jimmy Ben stirred suddenly. Up to now he had scarcely breathed and listened to every word very intently. Well, by Jesus, I know, he whispered. I'm going to do it. He rose to his feet, crept stealthily around the corner of the house, and ran with all his might down Pendleton Hill. It's Jimmy Ben. He wants to see you, madam, announced Nancy in the doorway. Me? Rejoined Miss Polly, plainly surprised. Are you sure he did not mean Miss Pollyanna? He may see her a few minutes today, if he likes. Yes, madam. I told him. But he said it was you he wanted. Very well, I'll come down. And Miss Polly arose from her chair a little wearily. In the sitting room she found a round-eyed, flushed-faced boy, who began to speak at once. Madam, I suppose it's dreadful, what I'm doing, and what I'm saying, but I can't help it. It's for Pollyanna, and I'd walk over hot coals for her. And I think you would, too, if you thought there was a chance for her to walk again. That's why I've come to tell you that you should ask Dr. Chilton here. What? Interrupted Miss Polly, in angry indignation. Jimmy, what are you talking about? Jimmy sighed despairingly. Well, I didn't mean to make you angry. That's why I began by telling you about her walking again. I thought you'd listen to that. Well, then tell me. But begin at the beginning, so that I could understand everything. Jimmy wet his lips determinedly. Well, to begin with, Dr. Chilton came to see Mr. Pendleton, and they talked in the library. Do you understand that? Yes, Jimmy. Miss Polly's voice was rather faint. Well, the window was open, and I was weeding the flower bed under it, and I heard them talk. Oh, Jimmy. I'm glad I overheard it, bridled Jimmy. And you will be glad, too, when I tell you. Why, it may make Pollyanna walk. Jimmy, what do you mean? Well, Dr. Chilton knows some doctor somewhere who can cure Pollyanna, he thinks, make her walk, you know, but he can't say for sure till he sees her. And he wants to see her, but he told Mr. Pendleton that you wouldn't let him. Miss Polly's face turned very red. But, Jimmy, I couldn't. That is, I didn't know. Yes, and that's what I've come to tell you, so you would know, asserted Jimmy, eagerly. They said it for some reason, I didn't catch what. You wouldn't let Dr. Chilton come, and you told Dr. Warren so, and Dr. Chilton couldn't come himself, on account of pride and professional, and something else. And they wished somebody could make you understand, only they didn't know who could, and I was outside the window. Have I made you understand? Yes, but, Jimmy, about that doctor, implored Miss Polly, feverishly. Who was he? What did he do? Are they sure he can make Pollyanna walk? I don't know who he was. They didn't say. Dr. Chilton knows him. And he's just cured somebody just like her, Dr. Chilton thinks. Anyhow, they didn't seem to be worrying about him. It was you they were worrying about, because you wouldn't let Dr. Chilton see her. You will let him come, won't you, now that you understand? Miss Polly turned her head from side to side. Her breath was coming in little uneven, rapid gasps. Jimmy, watching her with anxious eyes, thought she was going to cry. But she did not cry. After a minute she said brokenly, Yes, I'll let Dr. Chilton see her. Now run home, Jimmy, quick. I've got to speak to Dr. Warren. He's upstairs now. I saw him drive in a few minutes ago. A little later Dr. Warren was surprised to meet an agitated, flushed-faced Miss Polly in the hall. He was still more surprised to hear the lady say, a little breathlessly, Dr. Warren, You asked me once to allow Dr. Chilton to be called in consultation, and I refused. Since then, I have changed my mind. I want you to call in Dr. Chilton. Will you ask him at once, please? Thank you. The next time Dr. Warren entered the chamber where Pollyanna lay watching the dancing shimmer of color on the ceiling, a tall, broad-shouldered man followed close behind him. Dr. Chilton. "Oh, Dr. Chilton, how glad I am to see you!" cried Pollyanna. And at the joyous rapture of the voice, more than one pair of eyes in the room brimmed hot with sudden tears. "But, of course, if Aunt Polly doesn't want, it is all right, my dear, don't worry," soothed Miss Polly, agitatedly, hurrying forward. "I have told Dr. Chilton that I want him to look you over, with Dr. Warren, this morning." "Oh, then you asked him to come," murmured Pollyanna, contentedly. "Yes, dear, I asked him." The adoring happiness that showed in Dr. Chilton's eyes was unmistakable, and Miss Polly saw it. With very pink cheeks she turned and left the room hurriedly. At the window the nurse and Dr. Warren were talking earnestly. Dr. Chilton held out both his hands to Pollyanna. "Little girl, I'm sure that one of the very gladdest jobs you ever did has been done today," he said in a voice shaken with emotion. At twilight a wonderfully tremulous, wonderfully different Aunt Polly crept to Pollyanna's bedside. The nurse was at supper. They had the room to themselves. "Pollyanna, dear, I'd like to tell you that soon Dr. Chilton will become your uncle. And it's you who have done it all." "Oh, Pollyanna, I'm so happy. And so glad." Pollyanna began to clap her hands, but then she stopped and asked, "Aunt Polly, were you the woman's hand and heart he wanted so long ago?" "You were, I know you were. And that's what he meant by saying I'd done the gladdest job of all today. I'm so glad." "Why, Aunt Polly, I don't know, but I'm so glad that I don't mind even my legs, now." Aunt Polly swallowed a sob. "Perhaps, someday, dear," but she did not finish. Aunt Polly did not dare to tell, yet, the great hope that Dr. Chilton had put into her heart. But she said this, and surely this was quite wonderful enough to Pollyanna's mind. "Pollyanna, next week you're going to take a journey. On a nice comfortable little bed you're going to be carried in cars and carriages to a great doctor who has a big house many miles from here for just such people as you are. He's a dear friend of Dr. Chilton's, and we're going to see what he can do for you. Dear Aunt Polly and Uncle Tom." "Oh, I can walk. I did today all the way from my bed to the window. It was 6 steps. My, how good it was to be on legs again." All the doctors stood around and smiled, and all the nurses stood beside them and cried. A lady in the next ward who walked last week first, peeked into the door, and another one who hopes she can walk next month, was invited into the party, and she lay on my nurse's bed and clapped her hands. Even Black Tilly, who washes the floor, called me honey child when she wasn't crying too much to call me anything. I don't see why they cried. I wanted to sing and shout and yell. Oh, oh, oh. Just think, I can walk, walk, walk. Now I don't mind being here almost 10 months, and I didn't miss the wedding, anyhow. It was just like you, Aunt Polly, to come on here and get married right beside my bed, so I could see you. You always think of the gladdest things. Pretty soon, they say, I will go home. I wish I could walk all the way there. I do. I don't think I'll ever want to ride anywhere anymore. It will be so good just to walk. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm glad for everything. Why, I'm glad now I lost my legs for a while, because you never know how perfectly lovely legs are till you haven't got them. I'm going to walk 8 steps tomorrow.